Ducklings, welcome back everyone, welcome back to another season, another edition here of the TLMC, the Team Liquid Map Contest number 22. I'm of course your host, I'm of course your judge, Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing people in the chat, and of course by these amazing maps as well. Some of them. We're here to find out, I should say. We're here to find out. But welcome one and all to something a little bit different. Welcome to our judging stream for TLMC. Now, if you recall, this is our second time being one of the judges for TLMC. Last time was last season, and we actually didn't have any judging streams exactly. We did have some like some streams that I had on my personal channel going through some of those maps, but here on the CranKy Ducklings we had more of like a summary stream after all the votes had been tallied and after the TLMC judging had concluded, and then we kind of went over like a bit of a summary of all the top maps and going through our thoughts of the top maps specifically. Here instead we're going through every single map. Oh boy. it's a lot of maps, papi. It's a lot of maps. Now, I've already gone through all of them once on my personal stream. I had my first impressions on these maps. Here we're going to be going through a little bit more in depth as to our finalized thoughts on these maps instead. Now, there are so many maps that we're going to be having two streams. One will be today, the other I think is going to be on Friday or Thursday. Let me just double check here. Friday. Okay, so we have two streams, one today, one on Friday. Again, we don't really have much time to go over this. I already see someone in the chat asking about SC Evo. SC Evo was originally planned to be scheduled here and now, but we only have a week to judge the maps. We have a week. We have until, I think my deadline is the 11th of April. So this does take priority. The Team Liquid Map Contest does take priority. So we have shifted some of the other events around, and we have rescheduled StarCraft Evolution. So don't apologize. We'll be able to cover some SC Evo a little bit down the line, but for now we are going to be jumping into some TLMC judging. Also, a big shout out to Pesavenga in the chat. Gag, baby, gag. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the content, the casting, the StarCraft, what we do here on the CranKy Ducklings. Thank you so much. Here we go. Now, when it comes to the Team Liquid Map Contest process, and actually before all of that, jumping into this, this is our second time judging, and we have since, of course, learned some things from the previous season. A couple of those things we've since learned. One, I think we can be a little bit more bold. So if you recall, I had my own reservations regarding two maps that got into the map pool. That was Tourmaline and the Old Republic. Tourmaline is one of the rush maps in the current ladder map pool. It's a rush map, has a very open third, has a very open fourth, and has an accessible natural. it's a pretty extreme rush map in my opinion. And I was a little bit concerned about it making it through into the main ladder map pool. But what I will say, when it comes to the games played and when it comes to, you know, now retrospectively looking back on the past season of StarCraft, there was a lot of aggression, don't get me wrong, but there was actually a decent amount of mid-game. Like, players, they were able to adapt, they were able to defend, survive certain all-ins, force longer games. We didn't really get much late game on Tourmaline, not at all, but we did see a decent chunk of mid-game, more than I assumed. Likewise, Old Republic is similar. Old Republic has a very open fourth. The fourth is difficult to defend, difficult to maintain. The third is also relatively open on Old Republic as well. It's a larger map. It's more of a macro map, I should say. But it does, I say macro, more like a medium-sized map, but again does have an open fourth base options, and an open third. Despite that, we saw a decent amount of late game on the Old Republic. We saw a lot of all-ins, don't get me wrong. As we assumed, we did see a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins, but we did see players get better and better at defending, at surviving that, and getting into longer game states and having that kind of back and forth. So seeing kind of Old Republic and Tourmaline kind of play out the way that they did, I now feel a little bit more bold, a little bit more confident when it comes to potentially having more maps like that, or I should say maybe not rating them as harshly when it comes to their viability in the map pool. It's like, okay, you know, these maps that might favor more aggression, is that necessarily a bad thing? Can the player base handle that sort of thing? I mean, now I would say yes. Whereas previously, again, I was a little bit more reserved. I was also more reserved because when it comes to these more open maps, for those who don't know, I'm a Zerg player, and these more open maps do typically favor Zerg players, and obviously because I want to try to keep my biases in check, I always try to pull back on that sort of thing as well, understanding that like I might be a little bit more friendly or like conducive to that sort of thing, so or I always like try to like rein that in, but now it's like, oh, actually that was, you know, maybe that was too much on my part. Maybe those sorts of maps are, there's a better place for them in a ladder map pool. The other thing that I would say I misjudged was White Rabbit. White Rabbit is an example of a map where I underestimated the distance by ground, like the distance between bases. So on White Rabbit, it's a larger map, it's a macro map. We did see a decent chunk of mid to late game on White Rabbit, but I did misjudge the importance or the strength of the distance between the 3rd, 4th, and 5th base, and defensive rotations specifically. Did see a decent amount of army movements be quite prevalent and quite prominent on White Rabbit, and how difficult it was for certain players or for players to try to keep up with movement and try to keep up with rotations, and led into a more dynamic back and forth. So that's also something that I'm going to be bearing in mind, and I'm going to try to apply to said upcoming maps as well. I'd say probably those are the two main things. Oh, also on top of that, some certain maps that didn't make it into the previous TLMC, and I guess the way that we vote, or the way that we apply scoring here, also something that I'm going to be changing. I spoke about this during the previous TLMC 21 kind of like judging stream that we had, but for those that weren't here for it, for those who don't remember, I was a little bit more quote unquote harsh in the sense that when it came to the scoring system, it's 1 out of 5. It's 1 out of 5. And when it comes to 5s, I don't think I gave out a single one. Like a 5 when it comes to the criteria that they provided, was like a perfect map. It was like a map that like, okay, no changes need to be made. Like it's good as it is. Like send it through, papi, send it through. And I don't think I gave a single one. Like just because at least in my opinion, nothing quite reached that criteria. There was always like something that could be improved upon, something that could be iterated. So I think the highest that we had was like 4s out of 5. Maybe I had like 1 5 out of 5. So I was, and I should also mention that it's not like I had everything in the middle. Like, no, I was actually pretty, I was throwing out a lot of like 1s and 2s, and I stand by all of that as well in regards to maps that I felt like were not, you know, were not necessarily as viable for a ladder map pool, but I was very reserved when it comes to like any higher ratings, like a 5 out of 5. And then retroactively, after we went through the judging process, we saw that all the other judges were a little bit more lenient, and they were a lot more willing to throw around those higher scores, much more than me. So it was like, ooh. So because of that, like my vote made less of an impact. Just because I wasn't aware of the quote unquote meta of TLMC judging. It's like, oh, okay, I guess we can give out more 5s. We can be a little bit more gracious, or we can give that out a little bit more freely, more so than I had assumed. So I'm probably at the end of the judging stream, I'm probably gonna like pick like top 5 of what we saw, what we experienced, and then just give them 5s. Even if they can be improved upon, even if changes can be made, the better maps, I guess, we should just be giving 5s out of 5s. So that's also something that I'm going to be changing moving forward. Otherwise, we got a lot of maps. Just catching up in the channel. Este libre. Good luck, maps. Aha. Let's go. Also, when it comes to, I guess, judging and criteria, I should also give a bit of a disclaimer, of course. A lot of this is, of course, my opinion. There are multiple judges. We all have our own different perspectives, different criteria, different ideas as to what we want to see in the game, what we think is healthy for the game as well. You just heard some things that I'm going to try to be changing when it comes to some of the criteria that I have for some of these maps, what I can or cannot be as lenient on, of course, and that's different from judge to judge, right? Everyone has their own biases. Everyone hopefully is aware of said biases and takes that into consideration when it comes to approaching the judging process of these maps. So bear that in mind. Otherwise, let us jump in. Bam. Let's jump into our first map here. We, of course, are going to be getting into the standard category here of the TLMC 22. And the plan for today is to go through all the standard maps and hopefully go through all the rush maps as well. There's a lot of maps to go through. Again, there's probably going to be 2 streams of this. One stream covering all the standard and rush maps, and the next stream will be covering all the macro maps and dynamic maps as well. Those are the 4 categories of maps that we are going to be going through. And I did go through all these maps once before. Now it's time to go through them all once again. Let's go. So up first we do have Flowering Night. Flowering Night has an interesting aesthetic, I will say that, of course. It is going to be, again, a bit of a larger map of the map pool and a bit of a more standard map as well. First things first, as we go into it, we do have our Reaper Cliff getting into the main base, multiple Reaper Cliffs, I should say. The entrance into the main is quite large. Typically what this means to me here, I think about a Blink Stalker play and Blink Stalker aggression in TVP. Usually the larger the entrance, when I say entrance I mean the blink accessibility into the main base, the more room there is, the more effective it's going to be, the more maneuverability, and the more oppressive it can be as well. If you remember a couple of years ago, this was now what, 2 years ago, the meta was all 3-gate blink and 4-gate blink stalker. Players like Max, Hero, they were abusing blink quite hard, and a lot of games would end quite quickly. So usually this is something that is kind of on the forefront of my mind when it comes to TVP, at least when it comes to the accessibility of the main base, and I usually do see this as a negative thing if there's a little bit too much space here. I should emphasize that the ramp down to the low ground here is on the right hand side. The high ground is in a certain position here that I believe does not cover the entire entrance of the natural, so this natural base is going to be more exposed. Quickly here we can just add a tank to show that. Oh, okay. But as you can see here, tanks on the high ground, they cover half, if not like a third, like a third of the entrance into the natural base. So again, this does mean that the natural base is going to be more exposed. Your production is further away. Very often with the ramp into the main base is closer to the natural, but intentionally here we have this entire area. We have this entire area here that has been added to make it further away. So this natural is more exposed than we're used to seeing, and the main base is also more exposed than we're used to seeing as well. Blink Stalkers, they can try to come in from behind, head behind the main, and head into said mineral line to do harassing damage. So this is an interesting setup here. Again, has a bit of a more vulnerable 2-base setup. That's what I see initially. We have some dead space here outside of the main on the top side. We also don't have any dead space here on the right hand side, so there's only dead space here towards the main base. I say no dead space. There's very little dead space here in the corner. I don't know if you noticed, but there's actually a lot of terrain here behind the mineral line. This does make it a little bit easier to defend against banshees, oracles, drop play. It means you have more room for ground units to chase, right? To chase and to stay locked on and to stay within range of any kind of air unit to bring it down. So I would say that the main bases and the main mineral lines, you can see that even here as well, and even here. I feel like on a standard map this would be dead space, but no, we have a lot of room here behind the third. So this map, it looks a little bit easier to defend against harassing options, against sky units coming in to harass these mineral lines. That is true, but again, when it comes to your main overall defensive setup here on 2 bases, it's a little bit weaker. We do have a narrow ramp coming up into the bases. This is more defendable. It's very, very narrow. It does open up as time goes on. It does become more accessible. That is true. So that's, I always say that's like a positive thing, right? Early game, much more defendable here at the ramp, but later game, it's a little more open, a little more accessible. We have our third base. Now, this third base is an interesting one. It's very common to have a third on the high ground, and technically this is on the high ground, but the entrance to the third base is a lot further out, also covered by rocks. This typically means that our initial 3-base setup is pretty well defended, but as the game goes on, these rocks are opened up, they're knocked down, and then you have a little more access here to these expansions, from outside of the natural, from outside of the third, from outside of the fourth as well. I do like this about this map, how there are multiple options as the game goes on when it comes to aggressive play. But one of the reservations that I have is the high ground 4th expansion. Usually something that I prefer personally is more exposed 4th bases on standard maps. I want people to fight for their fourth base. I want them to work for their fourth base. I don't want the fourth base setup to be too easy to attain and too easy to maintain. The reasoning for that is because 4 bases is typically what you need to turtle up on and to max out with mech. More importantly, with Sky Toss, right? The PvZ matchup does rely a lot upon the Protoss player getting up to 4 bases. That allows for a maxed out army, that allows for hyper defensive play, and that allows them to be able to kind of like skip the mid game, if you will. That's always a concern that I have. I will say that this isn't too extreme. We have seen more extreme maps in the TLMC, just because like there are multiple avenues of attack at least. I will say that this entrance here is quite narrow. It's quite a narrow pathway in towards the 4th base. We have a wider entrance here. Typically in a game, I would expect an army to be situated here outside of the 3rd and 4th base. So they'll be in this location, and they'll wall this area off. So they'll wall off the natural, the army would be here, and then you have a pretty secure 4 base setup. Again, it's all on the high ground. As you can, it's color coded, right? You can see it's all on the high ground here. It's all easier to defend. That I would say is a negative aspect of this map. It does at least have multiple attack, like multiple ramps. That helps. I will say that does help, and we can get into the rest of the map because there's something else that does help as well. That is the gold bases, right? Jesus. We have gold expansions. We have a gold expansion here outside of the 4th base on the low ground, which does have debris covering the gold mineral patch, and we have a gold base here on the right hand side as well. Now, typically, what do the gold bases mean? What do the high yield bases mean? What does it mean to me, at least? So in a situation, in a scenario where you have a very turtle heavy player where they're defending on 4 bases, what does that mean? That means that the aggressing player has map control. They have map control and they can take bases as they please. And that means that this gold base should be taken by the aggressing player. So they will have that as an advantage over their opponent. There are some maps like this which wouldn't have a gold. In that case, I would say that's an even greater negative aspect, because then there's less of an advantage that the opposing player has against someone that's just deciding to just stay defensive and turtle up. Look at how loud the editor sounds are. I don't know how to lower the volume on that, so for now we'll just have to deal with it. But yes, so we have the gold bases here, and that is something that the aggressing player can take advantage of, can take themselves, so bear that in mind. So I would say that's a positive aspect of this map. Obviously there are debris fields here, and that will slow down a base being taken. There's no high yield gas. Depending on the matchup, gas can be more important than minerals, but at least there's like a bit of a boost here available. That does help when it comes to your worker counts. It helps when it comes to how quickly you're able to saturate, how much income you have as well. So bear that in mind. Now, the downside of this, though, is the positioning of the gold base. The gold expansion is here on the low ground, and it's right next to the 4th base. So on the one hand, yes, the opposing player should be able to freely take their own. My concern on this map is that you have your easy 4 base setup. I feel like naturally you're going to be expanding here to the low ground, right? You'll be pushing, if your army is naturally situated here, you can push down to the low ground, and this will be your next expansion, and your main army can kind of like assert themselves here in the center of the map and start to push forward from this location with the added benefit of the gold. Not just that, but also because of the positioning of the high ground here in the 4th base, it also means that there's no way that your opponent ever takes this base. Like, no shot. So this feels like a bit of a freer gold expansion. Obviously, it's exposed, right? Like, you can lay siege on it from the other side, and that's probably where a lot of engagements will be occurring in a longer later game, but it does feel maybe a little bit too easy to take. It's hard to say. Like, I feel like personally I'd be a little bit more okay with it if it was here. I feel like top left would be more exposed, right? Because you have this area in between the bases that can be abused, right? You can attack here from one side, you can attack here from the other side, attack from the low ground. You can take advantage of this. Not just that, but if the gold base was on the left hand side, you're spreading yourself thin, right? It's like you're expanding more and more away from your own main bases, which means that your army positioning is that much more important. Here, the current goal location, it feels very centralized. Like, it feels, again, like a natural expansion to your own 4th base, right? It feels like a natural extension, I should say. So it's easier to defend, easier to maintain. And I don't know if we necessarily want that out of a gold. So this is one thing that I'm a little bit speculative of, is location of the gold base and where it should be, and what kind of advantage it does have as well. Just because I don't really want to favor like turtle heavy play. Like, I feel like that's a negative thing about StarCraft, is, you know, giving players a reason to not attack, right? To just stay at home, to just build up. So yeah, I'm definitely on the fence about the location of the goal base. I'm on the fence about all the defensive 4 base setup. I think if the gold was further out, I think I'd be a little bit more okay with this 4 base setup, as I mentioned before, just because your opponent can take the gold to punish a hyper defensive player, and likewise the goal base of the defensive player is going to be less accessible. I guess the other thing is, like, is this base easier or more difficult to defend? I think the space is easier to defend because of the high ground, but as I mentioned, the added benefit of spreading your opponent thin allows you to be more aggressive elsewhere as the aggressing player, to push into the natural or the main base or the third. So I'm not entirely sold on, I'm not the most confident when it comes to moving the gold base positioning and what would be better, right? It's like, is it better to have it on the high ground where maybe it's more defendable, but it's also further out and more difficult to position your army to defend, or is it better here on the low ground where you can attack from multiple angles, right? True, like you can attack from multiple angles, like even though the army is going to be in position, like does this make up for it? I'm not certain. Like I don't I don't know which would be better. Just kind of posing different ideas as to what could be better or what maybe couldn't be better. So that's definitely something on my mind. It's an interesting map. Like the aesthetic is nice, right? It's Flowering Night, has a nice aesthetic when it comes to the visual look for sure. There's nothing too crazy about it. We have some side blockers in the in the center. Right, we've been speaking a lot about the bases. When it comes to the center of the map, it is relatively open, especially as the game goes on, which I like. I do like that. Early on, like, you're a little bit more limited in how you can maneuver, but as the game progresses, you can knock down these rocks here, you can knock down these rocks, of course, these rocks, and there's like multiple different angles of attack. The entrances aren't too narrow. You have some wider entrances or some wider pathways, some more narrow pathways, so there's the potential for counterplay or flanking an army as well, and having that kind of back and forth. So I do like the layout of the center of the map for sure. I'm still just on the fence about how free your initial 4 bases are, the positioning of the gold base as well. When it comes to the main base defensive setup, as I've said previously, like this is something that can be impactful for sure, specifically for TVP. When it comes to Blinkstalker aggression, I think I would be one to, especially because your main is so far away from your natural and your production and everything. Like the construction here of these 2 bases is a little bit more awkward. I think I'd be for adding some objects here to kind of limit the accessibility of the main. I think I'd be all for that. When it comes to adding dead space or adding like these towers here, you can see that this is red. Like you can add like objects here to make it so that units cannot actually gain access to this position, which does protect it from Blinkstalkers. I think I'd be okay with like adding some extra objects here to kind of limit it, not to remove it completely, just because like this position is already far away from the natural. Like as the defending player, you have to go this way, then you have to go up the ramp and also down the ramp as well. Like this, it's already like a bit of a challenge to like keep up with rotations and keep up with your army. The main base might be a little bit too accessible in my opinion. So yeah, it's an interesting map. I wouldn't say it's a bad map. I'd probably put it like middle of the road. Like there's definitely things that I would personally want to see changed or improved upon when it comes to making the maybe another thing that we could say is like maybe just make this ramp wider. Again, the 4th base is already on the high ground. Like just the fact that it's on the high ground is like a big defensive advantage already for the 4th. Making it more accessible, I would say, is a positive thing. So widening the ramp, or yeah, I think maybe that'd be if we really wanted to keep it on the high ground, I'd probably say just widening the ramp here as well to make it more accessible. Like there are definitely things that you can do to allow for more counterplay. I think is my big thing, of course. Yeah. Just catching up in the chat. See, Nels SC2. I liked studying last TLMC. One of the judges that gave solid feedback for every map. True. I'll be doing that again as well. I'll do my best. I do think that that providing feedback is important. Not even just like if you want the map maker to like make changes to the map itself, but even just to give perspective as to the reason why the judge gives a certain score, I think is important, right? Like I think it's important to understand the context as to that score, like what's going through your mind, what they're looking for, and also of course to like give feedback so that maybe the map maker can take that on board and adjust their map moving forward, or take that and internalize that for future maps that they make as well, and maybe keep certain things under consideration. Of course, it's still like an opinion, like not saying like it's factual as to like, like this must be a thing, this must be a thing. Like for example, like I don't think the fourth bases have to be on the low ground. I prefer it. Doesn't have to be the case, but I feel like there should be ways to like compensate for that. Like that's what, like, at least that's, you know, my opinion when it comes to 4-base setups. File preferences editor to turn off the sound effects. Maps that can be affected, changed as the game goes on are great. 100%, I agree with that. It's frustrating when you get a low score and get no feedback or vague feedback. Yeah, for sure, right? Like it's because then it's not like you have to take that feedback to heart and change things, but it at least gives you like an idea, and it lets you know like what they were thinking. And even if you disagree with their thought process, you can at least like see that thought process kind of like come into play. Like maybe it's misguided, maybe it's misjudged, maybe they weigh certain things too highly, but at least you get like an idea, and you can take from that, right? You can grow from that, regardless of whether you agree with said opinion or not. At least that's my perspective. So yeah, interesting map. Again, I don't think it's awful, but I do think that changes can be made to make this a little bit better. I think for now, again, it's 1 out of 5. I'll give this a 3. I'm being maybe lenient there. I'll give it a 3. Just because like maybe I'm like maybe I'm not weighing high enough how difficult it is to take the gold. Like in my opinion, like it feels pretty straightforward, but maybe because it can be harassed and attacked from the side, like maybe because of how accessible the low ground is, like maybe it's quite difficult to actually defend the gold base. Like that's something that maybe I'm like misjudging myself. Maybe that's something that that could be occurring, of course. So we'll see. Give it a 3 for now. Firing Knight. I think my feedback was, I appreciate the map opens up as the game progresses, allowing for more aggressive options against a turtling player. That is true. Hold on, I'll add a little bit more. Concern regarding the location of the gold base. I'm concerned regarding the location of the gold base and how natural it is to expand to from the 4th. The main base still seems to be quite accessible. I'd want to limit that by adding a bit by adding terrain to limit Blink Stalker reaction into the main. Something else I should very quickly emphasize as well, because I was referring to like a lot more later game setups specifically against like Zerg versus a turtling player. Something else to bear in mind, which can also be a concern, is that typically gold bases do favor Protoss in the late game a lot more, specifically in PvT. Right, PvT right now the meta is, if the game does go on any longer than the mid game, the meta is the Protoss player freely gains map control, and they have the economic advantage, they have the resource advantage, and they just hammer you down as a Terran with pure charge lot reinforcements and charge lot run-bys, and it can be pretty intense. And goal bases do make that even greater, right? Like they greatly do benefit the Protoss player in that late game. And that's going to make it even more difficult for the Terran to be defensive and to turtle up. I will say that this is a situation where the initial high ground 4-base setup will be beneficial, because that will make it easier for the Terran player to be able to set up on 4 bases, to be able to survive on 4 bases, weather the storm, tech up into Ghost, into Viking, into Liberator, and then to have some kind of a standing chance here against like a late game like Protoss position. That's also something to like bear in mind, and that's a weird thing to like try to balance internally as well, is the different dynamics between PvT and PvZ, where in PvZ I would say it's a negative thing for Protoss players to freely get up to 4 bases. In TvP it's one of those things where we need to let the Terrans get up to 4 bases. Right way, where if the 4th base is too inaccessible, then Terran players have a really hard time in TvP when it comes to trying to play a longer and later game. That's part of the reason why right now we have a lot of all-ins. We have a lot of all-ins in TvP to end the game early, because it's less viable to like survive and defend on 4 bases and max out. Obviously it's very map dependent. That's kind of what we're here for. So there's that back and forth as well. True. To consider. So just catching up with the chat. I think it's helpful for the community in general to see the judging process. Switching streams from the previous 2 TLMCs helped me learn quite a bit about map making, enough to make me confident to submit maps myself. Oh, let's go. For sure. I know that map making can be quite daunting. Yeah, it's definitely something that we could always do more with. We can always have like more map makers and more maps themselves and things of that nature. From my understanding, there should be, you know, more TLMCs to come in the future, so definitely something to work towards, for sure. And yeah, for sure. Don't be afraid. Take the plunge, Babby. Take the plunge. Yeah. Alright, cool. Next map. So that was a Flowering Night. Up next, we have, for those that are curious, we have 21 maps. We have 21 standard maps, I should say, that we're going to be going through today. We don't want to spend too much time per map, because that's already, we've been live for an hour. I mean, part of that was a timer, of course, but don't want to spend too much time per map. Up next, we do have Raining Nights. Sorry, we have Raining Night. What? We have Rainfall. Rainfall is up next. Now, Rainfall is a previously submitted map. If you were, I don't think I went through this map during my previous TLMC stream, but this is a resubmission. It's a resubmission, and there are some changes to the map. So we do have bottom right and top right spawns. So we have our 2 spawn locations. Coming into this, we do have a less accessible main base. We spoke earlier about Flowering Night. Oh, the rain is falling. We spoke earlier about Flowering Night, and on Flowering Night, basically this entire area was accessible. Here, only a smaller patch is accessible. That's the Reaper Cliff. That's also where Stalkers can gain access into the main base, but there's a lot more limitations as to how they can get in. And also, rotating over to the natural is a little bit more difficult because of the terrain, because of the ramp. They have to go back, go up around to hit that natural base. It's a different kind of layout though. Unlike the previous map, this one is a little bit more extreme in the sense that the main base is behind the natural. So none of this high ground protects your natural entrance. So bear that in mind as well. On the one hand, this base is a little bit less accessible to Blink Stalkers. On the other hand, the distance now between this entrance, if you're defending here at the natural base, all the way back, all the way to your main is longer. That's a much longer distance here to help defend your main base if you're out of position. Likewise, the high ground of your main does not help benefit defend your natural. So that's something to bear in mind. Not saying this is bad or worse, it is just very different. It's just a very different layout here for a very different kind of map. On top of that, we do have low ground third and low ground third. We split like this is like almost the polar opposite of what we just saw. Where one of the critiques that we had, or one of the features of Flowering Night, the first map that we went through, was high ground natural, high ground third, high ground fourth base. Here, high ground natural, low ground third, and low ground third. Like, these are more exposed third bases. If you recall, something that we said at the beginning of the broadcast was what we learned from Tourmaline, what we learned from the Old Republic, how aggression isn't necessarily a bad thing, or exposed bases aren't necessarily a bad thing. I would say that Tourmaline and the Old Republic kind of like exceeded my expectations when it comes to the quality of games that we saw there. I was concerned that we were going to be seeing nothing but all-ins, but we actually saw some decent mid-game on Tourmaline, we saw some decent late game on the Old Republic as well. Now, this map though is still more extreme. Similar to Tourmaline, we do have the exposed third, but on Tourmaline, the difference is that this third base is on the same plane of elevation as the natural. If you recall on Tourmaline, and same with the yeah, it's on the same plane of elevation. That does make it easier to defend. What I mean by that, here, if a player is going all in, and there's a high chance we're going to be seeing all ins on this map, by the way, very, very high chance, almost guaranteed, but we're going to be seeing a lot of all ins here on Rainfall. And if a player gets outside of the natural, the natural is a little bit more open, more exposed, right? Like, as we mentioned before, like the main base doesn't really help defend the natural base. But if you take over this central location, then you can wedge yourself in between the natural and the third, and then suddenly you have the high ground as well. It means that you can kind of cut one base off from the other, and you have more free reign to push into the natural as you have the high ground advantage against any flanking units, or you can just head down to the third base instead. But this position is more abusable. It's a much more abusable location compared to Tourmaline, where everything is on the same plane of elevation. Here, the high ground does add a lot when it comes to all-ins coming through the main attack path. So that's something to bear in mind. So this is more extreme. This is a more extreme map than Tourmaline. I did mention that there were some changes made. Here we do have destructible debris. Originally, these were just rocks. Now they've been turned into timed rocks, essentially. Remember, these the Zerg giant tumors, they expire over time. They eventually do fall to themselves. That's at around 756, I want to say. Like around 756 is when these rocks expire, and when they open up the center of the map. Very quickly, a big shout out! Thank you so much, Nox Platform, for the raid. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had, I'm assuming, a good ladder session, a fun ladder session. Hope you had a great time, and welcome one and all to a TLMC judging stream, one of many here on the CranKy Ducklings. This is still the beginning. We're still at the beginning of the judging stream. We only went through one map so far. There's a lot to discuss. But yes, so we have changed the rocks into rocks that expire over time. This also means that they're easier to break down, just because like at the 4-minute mark they're going to be down to like half HP. So if you have to knock them down, it'll be easier to open up the center of the map. Now this is going to be important just because like the main attack path is not the most direct, but it's quite limited when it comes to flanking options. Like once this area opens up, then you have more access to like try to engage the army in the center map, to try to flank, to try to have some kind of back and forth counterplay, just because otherwise it's very narrow, right? It's just one big alleyway, and not just that, but it's also on the high ground. So imagine an all-in coming across the map. How do you really engage with it? I mean, what, you're going to push up from the low grounds? Like, it favors the aggressing player here, which is why I like to open the map up to allow for surrounds, to allow for flanks. I feel like is a positive thing here. I do think it's a positive change that these were changed from regular rocks to Zerg rocks, basically. When it comes to main attack paths, we do have very narrow bridges in the center, very, very narrow bridges. This will probably be the best place to make a stand, to slow down a push, to force field the army, or to engage, to have the greater flank, the greater concave, I should say, and to slow things down, because otherwise you have nothing else. Like, like there's no high ground defensive position, there's no line of sight blockers, like there's no rocks. Like it's purely just these bridges that help slow down all ins. Otherwise, bam, they just make their way across the map, they hit the natural, and they can hit very, very hard. I am torn. I'm torn on this map. Like, part of me wants to allow for some more aggressive maps, of course. It's hard to judge because I would say that this is more of a rush map more than anything, and it's in like the standard category. It doesn't really mean much, but I guess what I should say is that this map is probably better comparable with other rush maps, and we haven't really gotten to them yet. So I'm a little bit tentative on this one. It does look more extreme than Tourmaline as a map, and that is a bit of a concern. I did say that I wanted to allow for some potentially more quote-unquote extreme maps just because Tourmaline did exceed expectations, but this is still like a step further. At least in my opinion, this is a step further than Tourmaline. We didn't even get to talk about the bases themselves. Well, we have our low ground base on the right hand side, as we mentioned before, very accessible here from the right, from the left, especially once the rocks get knocked down in a longer and later game. I guess before these rocks get knocked down, they can only really attack from one angle, from one side, but again, trying to flank an army that's here is going to be difficult without knocking down these rocks. That's what I mentioned earlier, how these rocks need to be dealt with to be able to come in and try to flank an aggressing army. Otherwise, you have to go all the way around, all the way to the bridges to actually get behind the army here. And that can be brutal. Meanwhile, the push on the left-hand side is a lot more straightforward. Again, wide open entrance, you can come in. There is like a better flanking option here to try to get behind the army, but it's still going to be brutal. So we'll see. I think I'll hold back on rating this map until we get to see the other rush maps. I think it'll be a little bit better to be in that mindset and to compare them amongst themselves, amongst each other. But yeah, it's a little bit more wild. I'd love to see the ultimate monstrosity where the ramp from the main to natural actually goes up, so the main is one level lower. The low ground, you're talking about a low ground main. There are Brood War maps that have low ground main bases. If you maybe haven't watched StarCraft Evolution, is it Holy World? Holy World has not just a low ground main, it's a low ground main surrounded by 3 bases. There's like 3 high ground. Basically there's high ground surrounding the main base, which means you can attack from any angle. So you can come in from behind. Like, so basically imagine this is the main and the natural is here, the 3rd base is behind it, and the 4th base is here on the right hand side, and the main base is on the low ground. And because it's surrounded by bases, that means that there's no dead space. It means it's surrounded by terrain. So you can come in and you can drop anywhere. You can to attack the main. It's crazy, baby. It's crazy. But yeah, personally, that's what I like about StarCraft Evolution, is that they don't hold. Or I guess what I like about Brood War is that unlike in SE2, Brood War, they're unrestricted. Like, I could never imagine a map where we have a low ground main surrounded by terrain. Like, that sounds crazy in StarCraft 2. It's a different game, of course. It's a different game, but that is something that I'm envious about when it comes to Brood War, is their lax limitations on maps. But it's also different because in Brood War, you can more freely change the map pool, right? Like, it's a easier process to change the map pool on a much more regular, much more seasonal basis. So in Brood War, you can have unbalanced maps or imbalanced. You can have imba maps, Bappy. It's fine. It's only gonna last a season, and the season's like a couple of months. Then they can just get rid of it. Like if there's an issue, then it's only temporary, I should say. And they're willing to have like maps that favor one race over the other. Like, they're willing to take that hit, take that blow, and just do it. Just have like a good Zerg map, or just have like a good Protoss map, or a good Terran map, and just let the players deal with it, you know. It's a different kind of like ideology. So personally, I think I'm gonna come back to this. Otherwise, like, I do think it's a little bit too extreme. Like, I'm thinking like 2 or 3 because of that. But at the same time, like, it is important to have some variety in a map pool, and I think I'm a little bit more comfortable like kind of pitting this against some of the other rush or aggressive maps, and kind of comparing and contrasting it there. We'll give it a 3 for now. What was my comment? The two third base options seem difficult to defend due to their low ground locations and wide attack paths. The elevated position in between the bases also seems very abusable. Aggression will be favored on this map. The narrow bridges will help the defending player engage ahead of time, and once the Zerg debris expire, the map opens up for more flanking purposes. Okay. Those are my comments that I wrote yesterday. Up next, Undergrowth. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rextor. Thank you so much, Rextor92 for the sub. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content, the casting, and the StarCraft. Thank you, puppy. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Not surrounded, but a high ground natural sounds very fun for proxy racks into bunkers or cannon rushes. No idea how inbuilt would be. Yeah, for sure. It's one of those things where, unfortunately, like, it would be good to experiment. I don't know how receptive the community would be to that. Again, for when it comes to SE2 map making, I feel like there are a lot more limitations, there are a lot more expectations for that sort of thing. I mean, for good reason, right? Like, because of the Liberator, right? Because of the Liberator, because of the Sentry as well. Like, there are certain units in StarCraft 2 that need to be that you need to bear in mind when it comes to like protecting mineral lines or having like too narrow choke points and things of that nature. It's other things to consider, of course. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I mean, people have their thoughts on the Sentry, they have their thoughts on the Liberator, but we're going to be loading into Undergrowth. Okay, so Undergrowth is going to be our next map. Here we have our main base. Once again, I remember this from yesterday's stream. Once again, we do have a very exposed natural. We have a wide entrance into natural. Once again, the main base is further back, so the main base does not help when it comes to defending. We don't really have the biggest entrance into the main. Typically, we have our racks here. We have our factory. We typically throw down our production towards the right. We have a natural wall. We can set up a tank. This is okay, right? There's like one way into the main base. It's not a really large main either. Your tank should be able to cover this entire path and cover this area and help defend. So we have a Reaper Cliff into the main, but as I mentioned, the natural is more vulnerable, is more exposed, and you can already see this is similar to the last map. Low ground third and low ground third, but there's a big difference. If you recall on the previous map, Rainfall, that we just casted, it is similar to this, but imagine if this was open. Right here we have everything. We got rucks, we got mineral patches, and we got line of sight blockers. Like, this is basically a full wall, basically. So in the previous map, an all-in would come, a push would come right through the middle into the natural, and they would take over this central location, and we were talking about how detrimental that could be, how abusable that could be. On this map, a push is not coming into the natural, they're coming into the third bases. So this high ground location here, and the concern that we have for abusing this is not here, right? Like, because of the map layout, because of the terrain, there's a much lower chance that an army actually gets here when you have a 3-base setup. So very, very different kind of layout here. So I would say that this is more acceptable, like quote-unquote acceptable, like it's more defendable. As we mentioned, your natural is very secure just because it's protected by your third. It's behind the third base, depending on where you expand, of course. Interesting idea to go for this center expansion, to go for the high yield gas, but you have to work through rocks. And there's also line of sight blockers here as well. If you're curious, what does this mean? What does this do? I believe the purpose of these blockers are so that you cannot expand on this side, right? We've had bases like this before. Oh god, what was the name of the map? There was a map like 2 seasons ago where you had like a pocket gold, right? You had a pocket base that was a gold expansion, and we actually had players not take the gold naturally, but take it on the other side because it's more defendable, and because the other side had high yield gas guys, if you recall. So you just take it on the other side. It's very similar here. Basically, it stops players from taking this base early. You have to take it like as a 4th or a 5th expansion instead. So much later. Much later. We do have our low ground third bases, of course. We do have a medium-sized entrance into the third. Here from the top side, we have a much more narrow entrance here as a flank. Obviously, the map opens this up as time goes on, and this becomes a greater threat and a greater harassing path later in the game. But early on, it's much more narrow. This is a pretty defendable third expansion. Not as defendable as a high ground third, but like, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Here we have our linear third base, only one entrance. Unlike the other map, sorry, unlike the other expansion location, there's no harassing path, right? There's no threat of like a bailing run by or a ling run by. That is the purpose of this, is that you can go for a ling run bys, bailing run bys, you can go for a drop, unload the drop on the high ground, and then stim down into the mineral line. This allows for more aggressive options here on the right, less aggressive options here on the left. As you're expanding away from your opponent, of course. You're expanding away. From here, you can, of course, expand on the high ground, which is further away, or you can take the center location. Otherwise, we should be seeing like our natural, our third, our fourth, our fifth, all relatively centralized. But again, because of the low ground expansions, this allows for aggressive options, right? Like in a longer game, even if you set up on 4 bases, you can be attacked from either side. You don't have that high ground advantage. I prefer this kind of style of map a little bit more. I'm used to seeing like at least a high ground third, a defendable third. Here, it's more accessible, which isn't a bad thing, but it means that aggression is more favored, right? Aggression is more favored. You can also argue that because of the high ground here at the natural base, like this entire area is more defendable, and if you want to be more defensive, you can just expand towards the left. Just take the left base instead, expand away from your opponents, and kind of play out a safer game. When it comes to the center of the map, we have some line of sight blockers here. We have some tall grass, very narrow. So some narrow entrances. We have the tall grass. I would say there's a decent amount of flanking options. Here. The entrances aren't too wide, period. Like they're like medium size. Like they're not too wide. So force fields, trying to engage ahead of time, tank positions can be a little bit stronger if you see your opponent coming ahead of time. The rush distance also seems pretty small. Let me just double check. We are on undergrowth. Let's see. There. Rush distance is 30 seconds. Okay, 30 seconds. So one of the I say a bit of a short, yeah, like a bit of a shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is going to be a little bit more favored. Again, this is I would say a more defendable map compared to Rainfall, so this is less extreme. But you do have to fight for your third. You do have to fight for your natural, which I don't think is a negative aspect. I did mention and reference Tourmaline earlier. So yeah, it's not bad. I am a little bit concerned with, am I? I was going to say I'm concerned with the accessibility of the natural, but you still have high ground technically. Like you, like you can still engage a little bit further out here and have that high ground advantage. It is a wide entrance. It's a wide ramp. That is something to bear in mind when it comes to trying to defend and trying to survive. But at least you do have that advantage to you. Like, instead of this being open. Like, I'm just thinking about Rainfall. I'm just thinking about the previous map. It's just... This is what I would want more out of an aggressive map like that, compared to what we had on Rainfall. Outside of that, there's not as much to get into. We have some dead space here outside of the main. We have a little bit of dead space outside of the natural as well, just a little bit. For the most part, it looks like you might be able to hide a unit here in the very corner of the map. There's not as much space behind this, so harassing options are available. And not too bad. Not too bad. Again, not overly turtle heavy, more accessible, more aggressive, but not as extreme as Rainfall, like when comparing some of the maps to the others. Let's see what I wrote down yesterday. Due to the layout in the main, it is susceptible to 3 to 4 gate blink aggression. True. This is specifically in reference to the distance between your natural and to your main, I would say, specifically the distance. The high ground doesn't cover the natural, and the ramp location causes an awkward defensive rotation between bases. True. We were discussing that earlier. Personally, I think the... So the 4-base setup is too easy to maintain. Nah, I don't know about that. I mean, it is only 2 like attack paths into 4 bases, right? You have your main army here and maybe here as well. But I think this is abusable. Like you can, yeah, I think I was maybe a little bit too harsh with that comment. Maybe. Because if we open up the center pathway, like suddenly everything becomes much more aggressive. What are the advantages? Bearing in mind that, okay, so shifting perspective, if we do force a longer and later game, this does have the advantage of the high yield gas this time instead of the gold base compared to Flowering Night, where you can knock down these rocks, you have the high yield gas advantage, and you have that advantage over like a player that's like turtling up. Which I kind of value more. Like I do value that like high yield gas. So yeah, I think I was maybe a little bit too harsh with that comment. I'll give it a 3. I might give Rainfall less points. I might even give this like a more. We'll see. Just checking the chat. Oh, hello, Omnisceptic. Omnisceptic. I don't know if it's helpful at all, but I believe it's Control-Shift-C to reset the camera to gameplay approximate, so you can more easily judge the chokiness/openness. Control-Shift-C. Oh god, no! Oh god. Oh Jesus. Right. For I guess greater perspective. I mean, I think this the measuring tool helps with that as well, right? But for sure. For sure. I'll bear that in mind. Thank you. I'll bear that in mind. Bear it in mind. Love how Lumen looks. Now I can't go to bed to hear your thoughts. No. I mean, VODs are going to be available, of course. VODs are available. 3 am. Get some rest. Get some rest. Get some rest, man. Alright, up next, Broken Aspirations. I think I remember this map. Okay, so we have our next map. We do have our 2 small locations, bottom left and top right. Once again, this is a resubmitted map. That's what I remember about this. This is going to be a resubmitted map here from the previous TLMC. Unfortunately, I don't think there were any changes. I could be mistaken. Let me just double check. Broken Aspirations. Once again, I wish that whenever there were resubmissions that we would we'd get like a note from the map maker that kind of specifies whether or not any changes were made. It would be good to know. It'd be good to know, just to know if like any feedback was taken to heart or anything of that nature. Okay, it looks like there were some changes here. From TLMC 21 to 22. So it looks like they moved some towers and some rocks around. Actually, a lot of changes were made. Okay. Aesthetically as well. So from the beginning we do have our main. Once again, these past couple of maps, once again we do have the main base. It's quite actually far away from the natural. It's quite far away. This does leave it a little bit more susceptible. Here we have a wider entrance into the main base for Blinkstalker aggression, and of course a very wide entrance into the natural. Very wide, wider than the previous map. So wide entrance is natural, a more open and susceptible main base as well when it comes to rotating back and forth, a bit of a longer distance. So interesting that we've had a couple of maps having this kind of style. But this map is a little bit more extreme in the sense that we do have a much more accessible natural expansion here. So coming into this, there's no high ground advantage, there's no ramp. So we have a much more accessible natural. Likewise, we have a much more accessible third base and a much more accessible fourth base as well. When I say accessible, I mean wide entrances. Wide as hell as entrances here into all 3 locations. This feels like I want to say this feels like a bit much when it comes to how accessible these expansions are. I did say that I wanted to be a little bit more lenient towards aggressive maps, more so than previously, but this does feel like a little bit much here when it comes to all-ins. There are ways to slow down all-ins. We do have towers here in the center of the map that can be knocked down to limit attack paths. I would say this actually favors aggressive players more. Again, the main attack path is just a direct line across the map to hit the third from the opposing natural base. So I'm thinking of like 2 base all-ins, 3 base all-ins, pushing across the map. I say that these towers help the aggressing player because they can be knocked down to limit flanking options, right? Like if you wanted to try to come in from behind or come in for a flank, then this can be punished by knocking down these towers and fully sealing this off. But that's usually applicable in longer game states. I think that's why this was changed. If I'm not mistaken, I believe these used to be... Yeah, these used to be just regular rocks. These used to be regular rocks, and there used to be towers that could be knocked down here. So there were some changes made. I do think that this is better in the sense that it's currently open, right? So there are flanking options. You can flank as long as these towers don't get knocked down. You can come in from a flank. You can come in from the side. You can try to engage with the army ahead of time before it does move in towards your third. So I do think that was a positive change to move that around. I don't know how I feel about removing the other towers though. So previously, in the previous TLMC, there were destructible towers here, and I think I rated this map a little bit higher because even though like these bases are more accessible, by knocking down those towers, you can seal this off to actually have a bit of a more defensive setup to make up for just the lack of high ground advantage, right? There is no high ground advantage here. There's high ground a little bit further out, but to be expected to engage early on and make a stand early on so further out in the center of the map, it can happen, but it is still brutal though. It is still quite brutal. So I don't think I'm fond of the idea of removing the ability to do that, but we'll take the rest of it in. We'll take the rest of it in. Likewise, we do have a high yield gas base here towards the center, also very accessible from the high ground, from all around the right hand side as well. I'll be honest, I don't really see games lasting too long on this map, just because of how open a lot of these bases are. Like I don't see a player like taking their linear third base. Like again, like this area here looks very abusable when trying to expand towards the left hand side. The distance as well is also longer, like longer here to try to go around and protect that third. So I feel like triangular third base into the linear, into your fourth base from there makes a little bit more sense. What is the rush distance here? Let's have a look. Broken expirations. 29 seconds. 29 from natural to natural. Jesus. So shorter rush distance. Again, I can see a lot of shorter games on this map as well. Is this too extreme? Like I get comparing it to some of these other maps. Comparing it to Tourmaline. This does remind me of Tourmaline. Unlike Rainfall, there's no high ground here that can be taken advantage of. True. So we might have seen Rainfall might be a more extreme map as well compared to this. So at least there's no high ground that can be taken advantage of by the aggressing player. That is true. At least the Zelnaga Tower exists. That's also another factor that I should consider, is the fact that you can see armies pushing ahead of time, even if you aren't quite in position outside of the base. You have the Zelnaga Tower that will give you a heads up when it comes to an aggressing army. So that does give you a little bit of a heads up to get ready, to prepare. True. That does help. The side blockers are interesting. They also do allow for certain like positions here to kind of lay siege upon the natural and third base, like push forward. Setting up tank lines is what I'm referring to. Yeah, it's hard to judge a map like this in a vacuum. I feel like, as I mentioned before, this is one of those maps where I'd have to like compare it to some of the other aggressive maps out there. Again, I think I'm more receptive to this map than I am to Rainfall. I feel bad for Rainfall. But I think I'm a little bit more receptive to something like this. It's still a lot more extreme. It's still a lot more aggressive, of course. That is true. But again, it isn't necessarily a bad thing to have a couple of aggressive maps in a map pool either. It's interesting. But as I mentioned, it might be too aggressive. Like whether it's having rocks here or having a point of elevation, I think that's what I would want. A little bit closer to the third base. As I mentioned before, in the previous season, there used to be rocks here. There used to be rocks here that you had to work through. It's interesting that they were removed. It's interesting. What were my notes previously? Yeah, I think my comments for the previous TLMC were my concern about ease of rotations, but I did mention something earlier about White Rabbit, how I misjudged kind of like the distance and just rotating defensive armies. I do think the distance was fine here. It is a very direct path, that is true, but I don't think that's as much of an issue anymore. Interesting. Yeah, it's very different. it's a very different map. I don't see games lasting too long on this map just because of how accessible all the bases are. It might be too accessible. That's my big concern here. It might just be too open, too accessible. It might favor aggression a little bit too much. That's my reserved thoughts on this map so far. This is Broken Aspirations. Okay, Ethereal Oasis. We're gonna work through these maps. There's a lot of them. Oh my god. Here we go. We have Ethereal Oasis. We do have our 2 spawns, bottom left and top right. Okay. Once again, we do have a very narrow entrance into the main base. We do have, once again, I believe the tanks do cover partially the entrance into the natural. Nah, not even. So we have, once again, a more exposed natural base. It's more susceptible to aggression. You don't really have like that high ground advantage that you would typically have on other maps. So a more open natural, a lot more accessible. We mentioned earlier when it comes to the ramp is further out as well. So yeah, much more exposed, much more accessible natural base. But your initial 4 base setup is more secure. What do I mean by that? Once again, we have a high ground, quote-unquote high ground 3rd and 4th base location with these ramps. Because of their locations, I would say it looks pretty easy to defend on 4 bases. We do have a narrow entrance here coming into the triangular 3rd base. We have a bit of a wider entrance here towards the towards the linear 3rd. Bit of a wider entrance. We do have again, a bit of a more narrow entrance here in between the bases as well. So as long as you can maintain control of these locations, you can defend on 4 expansions. What I will say though is the map does open up over time. We do have these debris in the center of the map that do expire, which will allow for a more direct attack path towards the triangular 3rd base. That is true, but this is also quite narrow. It's also quite narrow in comparison to some of these other entrances that we have seen. This is kind of more what we expect. Like, the previous map was much more extreme, where everything was open. Here, everything seems a lot more closed. So we're having like 2 extremes back to back here, where there was no high ground advantage on that previous map. Here, there's high ground all over the place. So it's quite a bit different. I'll also say that I'm not too fond of the overall layout of this map. This is something that we saw actually quite a lot of last TLMC. I think this is quite rare this time, which I think is a positive thing. So, running it back a little bit here, we have our initial 4 bases, 1, 2, 3, 4. The other way you can expand though is you take your triangular 3rd base and you expand forward here towards the high yield gas geyser. Now, my concern here about this central location is that it feels quite defendable. You can knock down these towers, you can seal this area up, it becomes very, very narrow. Bearing in mind that these rocks do expire over time, that is true, but by no means is this space accessible. You still have the high ground advantage, and there's still a much more narrow entrance here on the right hand side to push in towards that center expansion. My issue here, and this is something that again is less prevalent this season, was much more prevalent last season, is that taking the space secures the low ground, and it secures the low ground expansion as well. You can knock down these rocks and you can have a much more secure initial like 5 base setup. Again, thankfully, like this is like something that we don't see much of this season, at least from what I've seen. But the idea of being able to take a forward base to protect a base on the low ground behind it, I'm personally not too fond of here, just because it does favor more defensive play a lot more. On top of that, it's a high yield gas geyser base as well. True. Now you could definitely argue that the distance here between the forward location and the base behind this is quite long, but that's also where like the more narrow ramps come into play. The ability to like seal this area up, seal this off, have like minimal defenses here outside of the natural, and focusing your main army at the more forward high ground location, bear that in mind. I can see a world where it's again a lot more easier to like to set up here in your corner of the map compared to on other maps, of course. How many submissions this time around? Not as many. I want to say like last time there was like 90-ish, like 80 to 90 maps submitted. I want to say this time it's like 60 to 70. I think it's like 65-ish, 65 maps. Does anyone know if these new maps will be released as soon as TLMC 22 ends? So mid-season or next season? I believe there's already like a bit of a timeline that was released. So the TLMC ends. I believe there's still going to be the voting period. There's going to be the TLMC tournament that's going to be taking place as well. As Patches said, beginning of May. Yeah. From my understanding, it's like end of April, beginning of May, like ish time frame. Just an FYI, in case you weren't aware, yes. There were instances where technically this tank can actually be moved a little bit further forward, a little bit. For whatever reason, the map editor doesn't allow you to do that, but you can like push it a little bit closer to the edge to cover a little bit more ground. That is true. By no means will it be too impactful when it comes. not enough to cover the entirety of the natural. Enough to cover a little bit more, but yes, that is true. You can't take this at face value for sure. Way less but expected because of the weird submission phase, where it was announced late and had a shorter submission phase. For sure. People had less time to prepare, less time to submit, which is a shame. Tango most only hugs the edge more tightly in game by a blocker. So yes, for sure. You are correct. But yeah, so personally, I'm a little bit less fond of this map layout design. Again, you have your high ground expansions, you have a high ground forward base as well, protecting the low ground expansion. I usually see this in a bit of a more negative light. You could definitely argue that as the, because even like this main attack path that opens up a little bit later, even this main attack path that opens up a little bit later, even this is just very narrow. It's very narrow when it comes to like how you're able to like push in. I guess what I mean by that is you're able to slow this down a little bit more. There are some narrow ramps going up into the high ground which make it difficult to engage an army. That is true, but it also makes it difficult to just engage the high ground period. Like but yeah, very narrow. All of this actually, Jesus. So the defensive setup here on the high ground is pretty powerful. It's pretty strong. I would say overly so. I guess even in more ways than one, like this is the extreme polar opposite compared to the previous map, right? Where, in my opinion, the previous map was insanely open. Here, it's insanely closed. There's a lot more limitations, a lot more restrictions. It's a lot more constricted. The other was maybe overly so. But that's my initial takeaway from Ethereal Oasis. I think I said Eternal by accident earlier. Look at my notes. Typically, I look for a base layout that makes it more challenging to defend a fourth, to allow for more counterplay. The high ground and narrow entrances allow for a very secure forward base setup. Alongside this, the forward high gas expansion can be taken as a fourth to be used as a launch pad to push across the map with relative ease, also allowing for a secure fifth. The map also features narrow alleyways and ramps, making it difficult to flank or engage a pushing army. Yes, as we were mentioning, especially when it comes to trying to push up into the high ground, very narrow entrances, very difficult to engage, even here on the low ground as well. And as we mentioned, once you can secure this high ground position, you can then start to push across the map, and it looks just very, very difficult to engage like a 4-base high yield army here. Whether it's Terran, whether it's Protoss, like it feels very difficult. So yeah, I'd probably rate this map quite low, actually. I feel like this map kind of like encompasses certain negative aspects that I would want to avoid in StarCraft 2 when it comes to favoring turtle heavy play and also making it difficult to engage armies as well. When it comes to the main bases, like there is some I guess some dead space here outside of the main, dead space here outside of the natural, like that's I guess something to consider when it comes to harassing options. But yeah, this is typically what I don't look for in maps. The no publishing, yeah, true. That was also a factor. All right, up next, Abacus. Abacus 2. I think this is also a resubmission, if I recall correctly. I remember that. Now, does anyone know, was this changed at all between seasons? Welcome to Abacus 2, by the way. This is a wild map. God damn it. I'll try to double check. Did this get any updates? Abacus 2. Abacus of Betrayal. I'm opening up the mini maps. I don't think it was changed at all. I'm looking at the side to side, like mini maps of the previous submission, and it looks the same unless there's like a minute detail that I'm missing. But anyway, Abacus 2. Okay. One, I like the aesthetic, right? It's cool, you know, lava all over the place, like fire, brimstone, you know, it's aesthetically it looks nice, I guess, or it looks different to what we're used to seeing, and it has some unique features. So coming into this, we do have our main. Our main is very secure. Unlike some of the previous maps that we've been looking at, there's like no Reaper Cliff, there's no entrance in from the third base. So there's no Reaper Cliff, and there's also There's also no blink path, so your main base is a lot more secure. Your main here is behind the natural, so very secure main base. You then get into the natural. The natural is a little bit more exposed, a little bit more open. There's a wider entrance here in towards the natural. There's actually two entrances. We have a ramp on the right, and we have the main entrance here on the top side. So multiple entrances into the natural base. I will say that this ramp is pretty secure because, hey, you just expand here to the right-hand side. You take your third base. You only really have one third base option. I don't see players expanding towards their opponents. There's a lot of wider ramps, that is true, but one of the big features, as you can see here, is the healing shrine. I don't like the idea or the usage of healing shrines on this map. So we have a healing shrine here. This is behind the fourth base. So in a longer macro game, you have your main base, you have your natural, you have your third, and you have your fourth expansion. And the healing shrine is right behind the fourth base. This is not the only healing shrine. We have another healing shrine on the top side as well. So basically, you have your own personal shrine, which is crazy, by the way. So you have your own personal healing shrine, and I feel like this is not what we want out of healing shrines. I like the idea of like fighting and challenging the healing shrine more in the center of the map. To have it here as like a personal healing shrine, especially in a longer later game, right, where you build up the four bases, bearing in mind that you don't have to expand towards your opponents. Like you can expand just linearly perfectly fine. There's also a lot of rocks in the center to limit attack paths. I think one of the criticisms that we had was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can get your 5 expansions, and there's really 2 attack paths. You have to, of course, control the center of the map. There's one more narrow attack path here that's limited because of the rocks, and then we have one attack path here as well. So we have 3 attack paths into 5 bases, and you have the healing shrine. So if your units ever get low, you can just pull back and just be hyper efficient in the late game, which is crazy. On top of that, this also does favor aggression, right? Like when it comes to Oracle harass, Banshee harass, after you harass like the natural, the main, or the third base, you can just pull back and then go to the healing shrine. There's no air blockers, unlike on Persephone, for example. There's no limitations, so you can just, when it comes to harassing units, you can also just back off and heal up. I don't think this will help all-ins. All-ins, they typically hit the, oh, they might actually. like I'm thinking of an all-in hitting the third, like a 2-base all-in. A 2-base all-in comes from the top side, hits the third expansion. Is there a world where the all-in pivots away to the healing shrine? Like does that happen as well? Maybe. Like again, it's just right next to the third and fourth. Like it's just a really odd location. So it can be used to help bolster all-ins potentially, as they can just pivot back and pivot away the healing shrine, or again it can be used as a pocket healing shrine in a longer and later game. It's unique, it's different, that is true. Personally, I prefer like contested healing shrines, like as a preferred like usage for me, at least. To have healing shrines more like in centralized locations that you can fight for and that can be used in a more dynamic way. But yeah, that's crazy. I guess some of the other features here is that we also do have like these little islands. The way that they work here, you can see that these are worker paths. These are worker paths to get up in towards top left or in towards bottom right. And with that, you can proxy. I think that's the only purpose here of this little island, is to like proxy Stargate or proxy Starport. Those are the two, or maybe proxy Twilight Council. Those are the three things that come to mind. To hide a Twilight Council, hide a Dark Shrine, just because if you make a unit here, that you can't leave. Like you can't make a unit that can leave here aside from like air units or hidden tech. So we have a hidden like little island top left and hidden island bottom right. Again, it's a unique concept. I'm not opposed to the idea of having these hidden islands that can only be really scouted by workers as well. Yeah, again, I'm not too fond of like the usage of healing shrines here. And kind of what that entails. I don't see how Protoss expands versus Zerg here ever. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Like, again, the natural base is a little bit more open. The third base is a little bit more open as well. That is true. Yeah, that is true. I push back against that because of what we said earlier. Like, I was very skeptical about Tourmaline and how open Tourmaline was, because Tourmaline is similar, right? Tourmaline has an open entrance into the natural and has an open entrance into the third base. I would say that this is more defendable than Tourmaline. And we often do get a lot of mid-game in Tourmaline as well. So I would push back against that, and I would say that we've seen more extreme maps have a little bit more success. Obviously, Tourmaline is full of all-ins. We see a lot of all-ins on Tourmaline. We saw a surprising amount of mid-game on Tourmaline. I believe the rush distance by ground is longer on this map, and of course we have elevated positions to fight with, which don't exist on Tourmaline either. If you remember, Tourmaline is just a direct path. It's a direct path from base to base. Here, there's high ground, there's points of elevation to engage ahead of time, to slow down a push, and to take a better fight. So I would push back against the idea of like never being able to set up on like 3 bases, just because we've seen more extreme maps where that has been successful. Am I crazy? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Because I believe the entrance to Tourmaline is as wide as this, if not wider, right? Oh, right, you're talking about this. No, yeah, true. Because, like, what are we thinking of? We're thinking of 10,000 feet. Yeah. We're thinking of 10,000 feet, where here we have mineral patches leading down into the third base, and that does help deter. It gives you time. It allows you to buy time to like set up pylons and set up your wall off. That isn't the case here. No, yeah, you're not wrong. True. This was an oversight from me. For sure. No, yeah. I mean, that's. I mean, I'd probably put that in feedback here, but that's another like egregious thing, of course. Is that at least on 10,000 feet you do have a deterrent to give you time to react and respond. That isn't the case here. Yeah, true. I was focusing a lot more on the accessibility of the third. Not wrong. Not wrong, papi. So yeah, again, it's a shame. Like it's very striking aesthetically, but it's crazy. I'll add that. to the 10,000 atmospheres has 4 lines of 5 middle patches, I think. Patches. Yeah. Like that's what I would, I guess, like if we really wanted to keep this layout and keep this aesthetic, then that's something that I would, I guess, that we would potentially add here. Or just add rocks. Or just change the layouts. But even then, like as I mentioned before, even if we do like add that kind of amendment here, like I'm still not fond of the pocket. The idea of a pocket healing shrine, like no shot. That's crazy. Maybe I need to be more open-minded. True. Have all the healing shrines. Maybe. You can add a Zerg plant. The chance times out. Yeah. Like something crazy like healing pad. I mean, I'd be more receptive to a healing pad in the middle than a healing pad behind the 4th base. Like I. Alright. Let's get out of here. Oh, este Big Mac. Bienvenidos. That leads us into Blackrock. This is a breath of fresh air. So up next is going to be Blackrock. I think what's crazy to me is like the amount of maps that we saw that had like a main base that was pretty far away and that wasn't really interacting with the natural. Like that was what, like the past 4 maps. Like it was crazy. Whether it was the main behind the natural or because of the length of the map, because of the length of the ramp and the amount of terrain there, it just wasn't a thing. Here, this is like back to basics almost, where you have your main base, you have your high ground, you have a much more secure 2-base setup, which is kind of what I'm more looking forward to here. Is you have a much more secure base setup here. You have your high ground that defends the natural. Likewise, coming into the main base, we do have less of a way in. It's a much more narrow entrance into the main base. We have all this terrain, of course, to protect the backside here of the main as well. So in general here, we have a much more secure 2-base setup. Much more secure compared to like the past 4 maps. It's crazy, Pipe. It's crazy. I thought I was going crazy. So much more secure 2-base setup, which I'm okay with, especially because it leads into much more open 3rd expansions. So we have a wider entrance here. We have no ramp coming into the natural. Moving linearly, we do have a 3rd expansion, much more open, kind of. We have a wider entrance here on the right. We have a wider entrance here outside of the base as well. Unlike on other maps, there's no way into the natural except for this linear path. We'll get to that. What I appreciate about this map is the destructible towers. So this does help compensate for an otherwise very open 3rd. As you can knock down the towers, you can limit the attack path into the 3rd base. You can buy more time to set up defensively. So I would say that's a kind of a unique kind of approach here to the 3rd base, and to make sure that it isn't too open compared to other maps that we have seen already. The other 3rd location here is towards the left-hand side. Once again, we do have a wider entrance in towards the 3rd. We do have some line of sight blockers here outside. It's an interesting, it's kind of an interesting idea. There's a lot of line of sight blockers, a lot of tall grass all over the place, you know, Lokhtar. It is, of course, a Warcraft 3 map. So we have our watchtowers, we have our grunts all over the place. I appreciate the aesthetic, and it's definitely an interesting map. It does feel like a breath of fresh air compared to what we've seen before this. We do have a very narrow entrance here towards the center. Very narrow, by the way. It can be opened up. These rocks are destructible, so you can destroy these rocks to open up the center of the map. But early on in the early to mid game, I don't think it's viable to assume that would happen. So trying to push an army through this, we did see this during, was it RSL? there's a tournament that features BlackRock. It might be RSL. It might be, no, sorry, it might be Pikachu Cup. Am I crazy? Is it Pikachu Cup? Let me just double check. No, not Pikachu Cup, but there's a tournament that's been featuring BlackRock. I think it might be at RSL, and we have seen some players actually make it through this and get across the map. Make it through this and get across the map, but for the most part, like, we should be able to keep up with army rotations and kind of punish any attempted army pushing through the center instead. It's definitely a unique concept. Once again, I do think that the fourth base might be a little bit more open, might be too open, but as I mentioned before, I like the idea of fighting for your fourth, right? You fight for your fourth base, you have a much more secure 3-base setup. It's something that I'm not opposed to, that I probably am going to be rating a lot more higher. There are also more destructible rocks in the center, which you can knock down. This does kind of limit attack paths and limits kind of flanking options as well. True. If it wasn't for that, the center of the map is a little more open. Once again, a lot of lighter side blockers, a lot more rocks that can be knocked down. And of course, the nostalgia, baby. True. Was Pikachu? Okay, there you go. Was Pikachu. Yeah, I think Bomyoja had vetted through some of the maps to like add BlackRock, and I'd probably agree with his sentiment to add it. I think I'm for kind of like this map layout here. The concern, of course, is that these bases a little bit too open. They are going to open up in a longer and later game once these rocks get completely destroyed and completely knocked down. These are going to be more open locations, which again, I would say is a positive aspect. Like, I lean away from the idea of having hyper defensive 4-base setups. I lean towards having more open 3rd and 4th bases instead. Obviously, like, there can be a step too far, and I think we've seen some of that previously. I'm still thinking about, what was the previous map? I'm still thinking about like Broken Aspirations. Yeah, I'm still thinking about Broken Aspirations, which has an open natural, open 3rd, and open 4th, without like any way to really like tighten things up. Here you actually have destructible towers to knock down to give you time to secure your 3rd base, as opposed to Broken Aspirations. So I think even comparing those maps, like, I would I would rate this above the other. But when it comes to getting into a longer or later game, I will say the 5th base is going to be very difficult to maintain. So you have your 4 bases. The 5th base is off to the side or off in the center. Very contestable expansions. I don't know if it will ever see the game last that long. Like, the 5th base looks very exposed, very isolated. Maybe that's a better word of using here. A very isolated 5th location. So you have to spread yourself very thin if you do want to defend a 5th base. So I can see this map kind of relying a lot more on mid-game play. Mid-game play, fighting your heart out to try to maintain the 5th. I look forward to more Pikachu Cup, and more games on this map to kind of see kind of how the meta falls and how the meta lies on a map like BlackRock. What were my notes on this? I appreciate the use of terrain on this map, both rocks and tall grass. This allows for an otherwise vulnerable linear 3rd base to be more secure, at least in the early to mid game, which becomes more accessible as time goes on. Establishing a 5th does seem too difficult. I'm interested to see more games played on this map. Yeah, again, my concern is like the ability to claim a 5th base on this map, the ability to get into a longer and later game, and how the mid game plays out. But this is one of those maps where I would like to see more games on. I'd like to see more games on to kind of see how things pan out. All right, Cherry Blossom. Not to be confused with Flowering Night. True. Jesus. I recall this map. Okay, so we do have bottom right and top left spawns. Okay, speaking of defendable 3rd bases, we do have our high ground main base, we do have our natural, and we do have our 3rd, all on the high ground. So really secure 3-base setup, probably much more than we have seen in quite some time. Up until this point, a lot of the maps have had more open 3rd bases and more open 4th bases. Here, this is a little more standard. Like, this is a lot more of what we're used to seeing, is like an easy 3-base setup and a more challenging 4th base to take. is a little more standard, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, by the way. When it comes to the main base, we do have our entrance here into the main. We do have our entrance into natural. Once again, this little alcove is intentional to be able to set up units, to be able to lay siege upon anything coming in. So we do have a much more secure 2-base setup, similar to the last map. Similar. We do have a way in towards the main, but the production, like the racks, the factory setup, should be in this location. Tank should be able to cover any kind of way into the main. It's small enough to allow for that. So we have our secure 2-base setup. Likewise, when it comes to our third expansion, it is a wider entrance here, but still high ground. For the most part, your army should be situated in this position anyway to be able to secure yourself and defend both ramps and both entrances into your third bases. Now, when it gets interesting, though, is getting a fourth, whether it's a linear fourth or the triangular fourth base. So when it comes to our base here on the left hand side, it is going to be on the low ground. Not just that, unlike on other maps, we have a really open position here in between the bases. So we have the low ground here. This area is quite accessible. We also have a ramp coming down, so we do have the high ground next to the linear third. We have the high ground advantage, and we have another attack path which is more narrow. But we have 3 ways in. We have 3 ways in. Specifically, this area here as well does seem quite abusable to be able to push in and to set up tanks, to set up your army in between this expansion and the rest of your bases. The other option, of course, is expanding here on the right-hand side. I think this will be the easier base to maintain. It is more open, but there are less choke points and there's less terrain that can be used against the defending player. There is high ground, that is true. There is some terrain here that can be utilized to like protect tanks and limit surface area. But for the most part, this is more open, and I would imagine that the armies can just be more naturally located here in between the third and fourth base, and you wall off the area here outside of your natural to get your 4-base setup. Once again, just like the previous expansion, though, we do have a more narrow entrance here. We have a more narrow ramp coming down from the high ground, and a wider entrance here towards the left-hand side. So again, a much more challenging 4th base is what you have to kind of get through. More challenging 4th. When it comes to the center of the map, that's where we have a high ground. Once again, I believe there's a hybrid base. There we go. We have a hybrid expansion here in the center. I don't know if these bases will ever come into play. They're very exposed, very vulnerable, but I guess high risk, high reward sort of thing. The map is quite large. There's a lot of room to work with here, a lot of spaces, a lot of avenues here of like counterattacks or run-bys or trying to engage from multiple angles. This is interesting. You can wall off the center, you can knock down the towers and fully wall this off. It's an interesting thing that can come into play in the late game. I guess if we end up in a split map scenario, could we? I think we could. I think especially if you wall this area off and you just expand here on the right hand side, getting your 4th, getting your 5th base, and then pushing towards the center. But I do appreciate like the accessibility here from the left hand side to be able to threaten some of these bases and ideally like have some counterplay. What were some of the notes that we had? I appreciate the more open and exposed 4th and 5th base options to counteract the size of the map. Likewise, I appreciate how exposed the hybrid bases are, but the utility if a player attempts to turtle up. Okay. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not. I don't know if there's anything too striking about this map, but I do think that this is again, in my opinion, one of the more standard maps. Again, like as I mentioned before, like standard 3-base setup, then into a more exposed 4th base, into a bit of a safer 5th, a little bit more open. That's not bad, not bad. Cherry Blossom. Okay, Concordia. We're almost halfway through. We still got a lot to go through, baby. A lot to go through. Concordia. We do have bottom right and top left locations. Once again, we're kind of back to the idea of the main base not really being in position to defend your natural, so you have a more kind of a position that can be abused a little bit more by like applying pressure in multiple angles. We have a Reaper Cliff coming into the main base. We do have our entrance as well. Once again, the entrance is a little bit more limited here, so a little bit easier to defend the main. We then have our natural, once again, no ramp coming into it. And similarly to what we have seen on other maps, there is a pathway in towards the natural, but it is walled off here by these rocks. I remember this from yesterday. I was very torn on this map. So we have a pretty standard 3-base setup, just like the last map, high ground third, right? Your third base is on the high ground. There's only one entrance into the third as well. This area is walled off, and we have the one ramp coming into the natural. I would say that this position here is probably more defendable than the previous map. So pretty easy 3-base setup. Then we have the low ground fourth expansion on the left hand side. Space on the low ground, there's a narrow ramp coming down into the expansion, and there's also a medium-sized entrance here towards the top side coming down into it as well. I'm a little bit concerned that this map is a little bit too defendable, specifically because I was shocked to see these Onaga towers. I guess we'll get to that. So we have that low ground fourth base option on the left hand side. We can otherwise expand towards the high yield gas geyser expansion instead. It's a little bit more exposed. It can be attacked, of course, from the high ground. Can be attacked from the high ground. It's a little bit more open here. I say a little bit, there is a choke point. We do have rocks here that do limits kind of how you can engage here with the high yield expansion. And again, we have these two low ground bases. I guess my big concern about this map are the Zelnaga towers. We have two towers here in the center of the map. And the thing about these towers actually is that they see everything, which shocked me. Typically, Zelnaga towers, they either scout flanking paths or they scout the center of the map specifically. Here they do both. You can actually see the vision here, but this Zelnaga tower does cover the ramp on the right hand side, which is the only way to try to come in from behind and try to go for a run by or a counterattack. The Zelnaga tower also covers the center of the map as well. If you look at both Zelnaga towers, they actually cover everything. They would cover this attack path as well. So there's if you have control of both towers, like there's no way to actually get across the map without being scouted, without being seen. Obviously, that the stipulation there is that you do need both towers. But both towers see everything, whereas usually we would expect to see one tower in the middle, right? We have one tower in the center, and that will scout anything, that will scout the main attack path, and then you have obscured vision on the edges of the map, allowing for run-bys, allowing for counterattacks, forcing you to have units in position to actually get eyes on these ramps and spot any kind of movement from your opponent. I feel like these Zelnaga towers are a little bit too powerful, just because they see everything. Obviously, that does maybe incentivize aggression or control over the Zelnaga towers, where you're going to be fighting for them. That is true, but it feels very oppressive. It feels it feels a little bit too much. I think I would like them a little bit more if they were closer to the center, if there was maybe only one of them, and then like there was still like some obscured vision that forces you to actually move your own army or move your own units or have some kind of other map vision or map awareness as to where your opponent is. I think that was like probably my biggest criticism about this map. Outside of that, also because of the Zelnaga towers, it does make for a much more secure expansion setup here. So you take your natural, you take your third base, you knock down these rocks, you situate your army here on the high ground, and you keep up with army rotations as they attempt to push up these ramps. Because the tower covers the center ramp and the northern ramp, it does give you time to react, to respond, to get in position to engage. On top of that, it's a very narrow entrance here, so trying to push up this ramp into an opposing army is going to be insane. It does maybe give you some options to push in towards the left hand side, but this is where you have minimal units to defend to be able to buy time to be able to rotate as well. So yeah, I feel like this map favors kind of it makes it easier to gain map awareness and map control, to cut the map in half and to take advantage of your side of the map, which I am opposed to, which I'm not too fond of. I'm not too fond of the concept, the idea of having like an easier like 4, 5, 6 base setup. Obviously you're spread thin, like the map is quite wide, it's quite large, but usually the counterplay against that is like, okay, so the map is large, that means that defensive rotations take longer, but that's where the Zelnaga towers come into play. That's where vision comes into play. If vision is easier to acquire, then it's easier to be in position, it's easier to rotate, it's easier to keep up with an aggressive army. That's what the towers kind of provide. Romanticide vibes. I believe that was for the previous map, but for sure. So I think I guess it'd be only one change, right? I think if we had removed these towers and put one in the middle, or just not have them entirely, I think I'd be fine with this map, just because then it allows it forces a little bit more skill out of a player to keep an eye on your opponent. It makes it more difficult to keep up with run-bys and counterattacks. It makes it more difficult to defend some of these locations and some of these bases. I think increasing that difficulty is a good thing. Are there ever custom assets in this? I don't believe so. I believe assets are limited, but there's a lot of them. Like there's a lot. Like there's definitely like aesthetics that are used from maps that we've never seen on the ladder before, for sure. I believe there are limitations, but there's quite a lot you can do. Oh, and actually, never mind. Recently allowed. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I guess there are. Never mind. So this is Concordia. So looking at my notes from yesterday, I appreciate the rock locations allowing for more defensive 3-base setup, which opens up over time. However, I do think that the watchtowers are too powerful. They cover the entire center of the map, including any harassing attack path. Usually watchtowers are placed to scout the center or the edge, not both. Recently allowed within strict guidelines. There you go. So that was Concordia. Up next, Coral Escape. We're going under the sea, Pappy. Okay. We have Coral Escape, we have bottom left and top right spawn locations. Once again, we are back to... Oh, Jesus. Once again, we're back to a bit of a more secure 2-base setup. Once again, there are some more limitations when it comes to gaining access to the main base from the low ground, coming in from only the one specific area. And likewise, the high ground does help defend your natural. I believe it doesn't protect your the entire entrance, but the majority of the entrance regardless. So much more secure 2-base setup. Coming down here, we do have a narrow ramp coming into the natural, so very defendable here. Very defendable, at least early on. It opens up over time, but so far just a really secure 2-base. We do have our linear third as well. There is no high ground advantage here, so it's a little bit more open, but for the most part, only one entrance. Your army should be in this position anyway, so a pretty safe and secure 3-base setup here on Coral Escape. Again, this is a little more standard. This is a little more what we expect. Usually it's a little more surprising when you have an exposed third, which is what we were emphasizing previously, but here otherwise a more secure 3-base setup. The 4th base, that's when things get a little bit more complicated. We do have a further away 4th base option here on the right hand side. We have the forward 4th base on the high ground. Obviously this high ground location does allow you to expand onto the low ground to secure this position, to secure this area, and to allow for an easier like 6 expansion setup here with 3, 4, 5, 6 bases. So this should be the natural base to take. I do think that this is a little bit too strong. If you remember, we mentioned this when it came to when it came to Ethereal Oasis, where I'm not too fond of the concept of having a forward base that you can take which protects these low ground expansions. It was a little bit more extreme because on Ethereal Oasis, it was a high yield gas expansion that was protecting the low ground. Here it's a standard base, but again, it does kind of allow for some more free expansions here behind it, as your army naturally should be situated here. I guess the issue here is that what kind of counterplay or harassment options are there? Well, you have a narrow ramp which is going to be walled off, so so you're going to wall this area off. You're going to take over the high ground here, which will limit any path or any harassing options behind the army, and it's all just about pushing up these ramps, and pushing up these ramps is a tough ask. So I'm not too fond of this base layout. Something that I find really interesting is the low ground high yield bases. This is a really cool concept, the idea of blocking the gas geyser with Zerg debris, which expire over time. It's a really cool idea. This kind of dissuades any early aggressive options. So if you're like a Zerg player and you want to go for a roach all in, and if you take this as your natural or take it as your 3rd base, you're going to be limited, or it's going to take a little bit longer to actually get those gases online. I think that's a really cool idea. I like this idea. I like this concept. Unfortunately, like it's this part of the map which I don't appreciate, which I don't like. Yeah. Criticize throwing the dunes for a simple position of this. I did. True. I did say that I was going to try to take into consideration distance between bases a little bit better, if you recall, regarding white rabbits. True. You're not wrong. Gave some people assets to use, so you might see some more vivid trees and foliage if they're used. You may see more custom ground textures. Oh, there you go. There you go. We'll try to keep an eye out for them. And we appreciate the custom textures. But yes, I did criticize Throne of the Dunes for this kind of setup. Throne of the Dunes and Ethereal Concord. Hold on. I mean, hold on. I need to compare now. If we're bringing up Throne of the Dunes. Throne of the Dunes. I think that was under the macro maps, right? Am I wrong in thinking that the distance by ground is shorter on this map compared to Throne of the Dunes? Let's see. Let us see. Coralscape. So Throne of the Dunes had a more forward fourth base, if you recall. It was a lot more forward, a lot more exposed. No, I feel like... No, yeah. I think specifically for this map, I feel more validated in my opinion. I don't think there are some similarities between Throne of the Dunes and this map, that is true. But I would say that there were more counterplay options in Throne of the Dunes, right? So, okay, hold on. So when it comes to Throne of the Dunes, it was also similar where we had a really narrow entrance here in towards the natural, but Throne of the Dunes had this this entrance was further out, and there was a second wider ramp as well, which meant that the natural base was more exposed, right? Like there was like a jutting out area outside of the natural, which made it more accessible, which made it more viable when it comes to aggressive options on Throne of the Dunes to apply pressure elsewhere. That doesn't exist here. So I understand the comparison when it comes to the base layout, but I would say I think you would agree that there are more counterplay options on Throne of the Dunes compared to this map. Would you agree with that? Yeah. So you could definitely make the argument that I was too harsh on Throne of the Dunes. I think comparing it to this map, I would agree, right? I think that I would agree that maybe I should have given Throne of the Dunes more credit, considering how much more accessible the natural was compared to a map like this, for sure. Hello. So Avex, Omni Skeptic, would you both agree that that this map is, I don't want to say the word worse, I think that's a bit would you say that this map is easier to turtle up on, easier to defend, and there are less like harassing options compared to Throne of the Dunes here? for sure, for sure. But like, sorry, as someone who's like judging these maps, I want to make sure that like I'm not like mischaracterizing like a map itself. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, so I would say that the criticism is valid regarding perception of maps, I think, for sure. And I think looking back on things, I would probably say that maybe I was too harsh on Throne of the Dunes, but I don't think you can make the exact comparison here. It has the same setup when it comes to the more defendable bases here on the right hand side, that is true, but I would also say that this map is easier to turtle up on, easier to defend, and easier to fixate your army here in this position compared to Throne of the Dunes because of the setup outside of the natural. So looking at Throne of the Dunes, I feel more validated in my opinion here, but I would also say that I was probably too harsh on Throne of the Dunes in comparison to this, for sure. I can say that, and I can admit that. And I say harsh. I gave Throne of the Dunes a 3. I gave it a 3, Pappy. What do you mean? It's above average. True. Are these finalists or just submissions? Just submissions. Yeah, for sure. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. But this is sorry, I imagine that you weren't here for the beginning. At the beginning of this broadcast, I did open up saying that I was talking about White Rabbit. And how I do think that my perception of White Rabbits, I didn't take into consideration specifically the distance between bases and how that would impact White Rabbits. I did open up stating that, talking about like some of the previous maps. I probably wouldn't have given it any higher rating than I did, but like that's something that I didn't weigh as heavily as I should have, for sure. Did open up the stream with that. Yeah, all good. But yeah, from here, that is Coralscape. As I was mentioning earlier, I do like the idea, I do like the concept of having gas geyser here with like that is limited and that does open up over time. My big concern though is kind of like the defensive setup here that we do have. On the right hand side, how easy it is to kind of like secure your initial 3 bases, how easy it is to like push your army forward and secure the center expansions as well. What did I say in my comments? Appreciate the use of Zerg debris hindering all-ins. Will make use of the high yield bases and allowing them to come online in the mid game instead. Yeah, I don't think I even commented on this actually in my initial thoughts. Maybe I'm like not giving the space enough credit when it comes to how you can hold and how you can defend against it. Like technically there are like multiple entrances, right? We have like 3 different ramps. We have 3 different ramps coming into the base. So you can, and there's like maybe surround options here as well because of how many angles there are to attack this base. So maybe I'm not giving players enough credits when it comes to being able to lay siege upon this high ground location. Maybe. When it comes to the main attack path here, I don't think it's too bad when it comes to like how choked up it is or how open it is, or like multiple attack paths you can engage with an army pushing ahead of time. That's definitely something that you can do. But next map. Cryon. Oh, hold on. Every now and then the editor does crash. It's okay. It's okay. Getting back into it. Also, we're halfway through. We're halfway through the standard maps. We're getting there. Okay, there we go. Bam. Beautiful. Okay, so up next is going to be Chiron. So Chiron is up next. Sorry, Cryon, my bad. So we do have bottom left, and top right spawn locations. Once again, here we do have intentionally so a bit of a less secure 2-base setup. I mean, there's Jesus, there's a lot of debris here, a lot of objects to kind of dissuade any kind of Blinkstalk aggression in towards the main base. Actually, I remember this. This is a resubmission. Let's go. Fun fact: this is one of the few map makers. Whoever made this map, obviously I don't know who, and we don't have to have any specificities there, but whoever made this map is one of the few that actually resubmitted and in their comments actually pointed out any changes that they made. Like crazy. I think that was for Chiron. Let me just double check. Sorry, Cryon. Yeah. I think up until this point, I haven't gone through every map. I think this is the only map maker that actually, like, I wouldn't say that took feedback and adjusted their map. Others did that, but in their map maker comments actually specified some of the changes that they made, which I appreciate. I didn't get to speak on this earlier, but I wish that was mandatory. Like the idea of resubmitting maps, and whether or not you made any changes from the previous submission, I wish was something that was a lot more common. It's similar to what I said earlier, how I wish that all the judges were forced to leave feedback and forced to leave comments, just so you can have an idea, or just so you can, even if you disagree with the score that was given, even if you disagree with their conclusion, you can at least see their thought process as to how they arrived there and what they weigh more than other things, right? Like where their perspective and where their opinion comes from when it comes to like a judge score. So like I would want that to like be required. Likewise, if someone resubmits a map and if they make changes, it would be nice if like they kind of specified that or gave rationales to some of those changes as well. That's something that I appreciate here, because at least so far, I think they're the only person that's done it. It's hi. So shout out to Cryon Mapmaker. Has the editor been crashing more lately? I think it's like, for me, it's like every 10-ish maps. Like every 10 maps, the editor crashes. If you don't make any changes because you disagree with the judge comments, there's no need to provide change notes. Kappa. I mean, but there are people that have resubmitted that have made changes that didn't leave any comments. I guess that's what I'm referencing. There have been some resubmissions that have made changes, but they just didn't speak on that. Just kind of weird. Kind of weird. Especially because I feel like it's just I feel like it's just useful. It's just useful for everyone involved. I think I spoke about this last time. The only downside of that is like someone who's lazy, someone who doesn't necessarily like want to make any changes or don't want to explain themselves. But like in general, I think it's a positive thing to like give an explanation to things, to just give some insight and see how things change. I think this is an example of that. I believe for the first submission, I think this was all open, and I think this was added for this submission again, just because earlier I remember all of this was open and you could just blink in here. You can just blink directly into like the mineral line and behind the base and apply pressure and harass. That's typically something that I push against, like open main bases or excessively open main bases, just because of the meta that we had with 3 and 4 gate blink stalker and TVP. I typically try to push against that sort of thing. So again, we have kind of limited the accessibility of the main. Likewise, I will say that the natural is a little bit further out, a little bit more exposed. There is a bit of a more narrow entrance coming in towards the natural. to be able to make a defense, to be able to hold on. Now, something that's more interesting about this map is the third expansion. The third expansion is a little more open. There are ramps coming into it, but the ramps and the entrances are a little bit further out. One of the other changes that was made here were rocks. I believe previously there were rocks here alongside the line of side blockers, and I believe there still are. Yeah, there's still a little bit of debris here, but the rocks, instead, they were moved further out at the ramp. They moved further out. So that does make this like a bit of a more defensive position, as they don't gain that kind of high ground advantage pushing in towards your bases. So there is at least that kind of buffer. But for the most part, because of the high ground and because of the entrance being further out, this does make the third base more vulnerable. Does make it more vulnerable, does make pushes a little bit stronger. I can definitely see a world where we can see all-ins pushing across the map, knocking down these rocks, like German taxis, for example, pushing through the rocks and pushing right across the map towards the third base. But because of the rocks, that will delay, right? That will give the defending player a little bit more time to scout, to react, and to respond. So it's an interesting idea. It's an interesting concept. It's not standard. Seeing this kind of set up at the third base, so I appreciate it. I appreciate something a little bit different here. Likewise, we have our fourth base. This is a little bit different as well. I feel like we've seen it already, but we're used to seeing multiple entrances at the fourth, right? Low ground fourth base, we have a main entrance here, and we're used to seeing like a pathway, a ramp leading into the fourth base as a harassment option for like mainly run-bys, Ling run-bys, marine drops to stim in towards the mineral line, zealot run-bys as well. Here, it looks like a much more secure fourth. It's still on the low ground, but it is much more secure, as there's only one main attack path. So you have your initial 4-base setup. Likewise, we have some high yield gases here in the center of the map. If this does lead to more turtle heavy play, then the aggressing player does have access to some high yield bases to counteract that. I believe another change that was made here from season to season was how open the center was. I believe previously we had a lot more choke points. Previously the pathways were a lot more narrow, and we had terrain all over the place kind of gridding this area up. Here it's a little more open. I do appreciate that. That does allow for some flanking options. It allows for some counterplay. It allows for engaging the army. It allows just for more dynamic gameplay, I would say. So I do appreciate that. So I appreciate that the center of the map is a little bit more open. I say a little bit because, again, there's still terrain here that you can be used to reduce surface area, to make use of force field or to position your army. It's still there, but it's not as extreme as it was previously. It's not as extreme. Are you closing the maps when you open new ones, or are you just dragging in the map files? I think that's why it crashes, by the way, but I do just open it, so it's just layers upon layers. So I wouldn't be surprised if like the previous instance is maybe still open in the background, and that's why it's crashing after some time. I would imagine that's the case. Maybe I don't know how the kind works. Yeah, I would imagine that the cache gets too big. If you want less clutter on your screen, shift period. V? Look at that. I think there was a grid option. Yeah, there we go. There's a grid option as well. Yeah, there's you know what I would appreciate? I was looking for this. Maybe it exists out there. I would appreciate someone making a video tutorial, because there are so many shortcuts. There are so many hotkeys. Like there's so much in the editor. And I don't need anything too in depth. Like I've got the basics, right? Like I can create units. Like I have the measuring tool. You know, I can zoom in. I can pan. I can add the grid. Now I have V. I've unlocked a new skill. It would be nice if there was like a bit of like a rundown of like useful like features that you can use in the editor. I would appreciate that. Maybe it exists. I don't know. So you want to be a TLMC judge. Not even just that, but it's just useful in general, especially for people that want to get into map making, right? Like, learning the editor, it definitely takes time. Sure, it takes a lot of time. Oh, building grid. Okay. Yeah, there's a there's a lot. There's a lot. Would be nice. Would be nice. I'll stick with my ruler, okay? I'll stick. Ah. All right, let's go. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting concept when it comes to the third base and its accessibility. It's not like overly extreme as we've seen on other maps. Has a relatively safe fourth base you can take, but once again, as we mentioned, like there's counterplay options when it comes to taking the rest of the map and taking high yield expansions. So yeah, not too bad, not too bad. And once again, I appreciate that the map maker did kind of like take feedback, did adjust the map itself, did make some changes. Hide helper models. Oh. Yeah, true. Like, this doesn't give any value. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I don't think this helps. Why is this on by default? Get out of here. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I think that would help a lot more on the lava map, where you have like the cameras everywhere, like the cinematic cameras, like the it was a bit much. Or the screenshot cameras. What were my comments for Kyan? I appreciate the feedback was taken and implemented. The initial 2-base setup is now more secure, and the center of the map is more open, allows for more flanking options. I'm excited to see how this map plays out. True. I might even give this a 4. Okay. Damn souls. Okay, so we have a bottom right and top left. Fabulous. We do have a bit of a larger map. We have a high ground natural. This is quite rare to see nowadays. I feel it's crazy to think how the meta has shifted, but I feel like high ground naturals used to be the norm. Nowadays, it is a rarer sight. So a much more secure 2-base setup, high ground natural expansion. We do have the high ground third base location here on the left-hand side. Because of the terrain here, this does mean that we do have a much more exposed area in between the bases. This does allow for aggression, does allow for pushes, and things can get complicated here. Obviously, this is not as bad as, say, on other maps we've covered, where there's a high ground area here between the bases and it's a low ground third. Here, the high ground third does still make it more defendable, just an area here that you can try to take control of and kind of fight for. So we have this area here in between. What song is this? I'm listening to the SE2 soundtrack, by the way. Ah. So we have our secure natural, we have a relatively secure third base. Something that's interesting here is the fourth base options. If we're expanding on the left hand side, we do have the high yield gas expansion, which is exposed here to the rest of the map. So you have a bit of a vulnerable high ground expansion. Likewise, we have a base here on the left hand side as well. Both bases have the same concept of kind of like showing your minerals to your opponents, right? We have reverse bases, that's it. Reverse bases, reverse expansions does make them more vulnerable, does make them more difficult to defend, intentionally so, I believe. At least this is on the high ground, so there's that advantage. We have a central Zelnaga tower, does cover the center attack path at least, which has very wide ramps, by the way. Wider ramps, wider entrances. Much wider attack path here towards the center of the map. When it comes to expanding on the right hand side, expanding away from your opponents, which would make a little bit... Actually, no, you'd be expanding towards them. Okay, to expand towards your opponents. We have the low ground third base, very open, very wide entrances here. You can push in towards the left-hand side. You can come in from the center. You can come in from the right. So a much more exposed low ground expansion here, much more risky base to take. It leads into a much more secure fourth, though. So there's a bit of a back and forth here. We have a safer third option or a safer fourth option. I guess technically you can take this base and expand on the left, which would be kind of crazy. But you can expand here on the right hand side. The downside here, of course, is you do not have access to a high yield base. It's very far out. It's yeah, no shot. Don't have quite access to one. You can expand here on the right hand side instead and try to push towards your opponent. Interesting idea, interesting concept when it comes to the reverse bases, at least. Oh, right, I missed this. I missed it entirely. There's a high yield base in the center. Jesus. Very open. it's just thrown down in the middle of nowhere. Aye, aye, aye. So, very open high yield expansion in the center of the map. Interesting. What were the map maker comments on this? Hold on. This is Damned Souls. Damned Souls. I appreciate whenever there's flavor text. I appreciate it. Damned Souls is a semi-standard map representing river spaces as a freestyle design element. Somewhere in the sewer system, among the wastewater canals, debris, and leaking pipes, dwell the damned souls. Ah, beautiful. So it says here, the way the map is designed it's designed in such a way that whichever direction a player does expand towards, they will be forced to take river spaces. Forced to be more vulnerable. That is true. I mean, kind of. As I mentioned before, like, you have a more secure fourth base here. The fifth base is crazy in a longer and later game. But because of the terrain, because of the low ground as well, like, this might just lead to shorter games, like shorter games, more aggressive games instead. I believe this does have a bit of a shorter rush distance. 32 seconds from natural to natural. Okay. A little bit more standard. Interesting. Yeah, the damn Souls pack. Hot soundtrack? Wings of Liberty. Wings of Liberty. Wings of Liberty. So yeah, an interesting idea. I don't know how this plays out in a longer game. As I mentioned before, like, I can see games being quite short just because of how exposed the bases are, which might not necessarily be a bad thing. Yeah, it might not be a bad thing here. What did I comment on this? What were my notes? I believe due to the high amount of high yield gas bases, this will incentivize aggression and more likely all-ins in certain matchups. True. To ensure the opponent isn't able to maintain map control. I'm torn whether or not there are too many high yield gas bases. I mean, there's a lot. There's four high yield gas expansions, which is kind of crazy. There's a lot of high yield bases, but they're all exposed. Like, they're all vulnerable, so you can maybe get away with it. But as I mentioned in my comments, and I'll reiterate it here, like, I do see a lot of shorter games as a result of that. I do see a lot of aggression happening here. Interesting. All right, up next, Forbidden Memories. The only one who's damp around here is your mother. I appreciate the what's the word I'm looking for? The politeness of that? Ah, no. Very quaint. I appreciate it. As we do load into Forbidden Memories, oh, I remember this map. Yeah, this we'll get into it. So we have our main base, a little bit larger here. Once again, we saw this previously, but we have the main behind the natural. So a pretty secure main expansion leading to the natural base, which is in front of the main. We do have a Reaper Cliff coming to the natural, likewise a wider ramp or wider entrance as well, pushing out into the third. I think one of my biggest comments about this is it's a very cluttered map. Like there's there's a lot going on here. So we have the low ground third base, which is relatively open. There's like 5 different ramps. There's like a ramp here, ramp here, ramp here, ramp here, entrance here. So there's a lot of angles of attack, kind of. We do have a lot of debris here that expire over time, rocks as well. This will limit the main attack path, of course. Will delay any kind of main pushes, so there's that to consider, of course. We do have the bases on the left hand side as well. It feels very congested, maybe that's a better way of putting it, instead of cluttered. Like, it's very congested. There's like there's a lot of choke points because of that. There's a lot of points of elevation. There's a lot of terrain that can protect an army from the other side to attack onwards or attack over the wall, of course. So yeah, very, very congested map here. Not a lot of room to maneuver, I should say. Not a lot of room. So because of that, we have our bases. We have our main, natural. We have our linear third base, which is a little more secure. We have the low ground expansion, which is a little more open, of course. That can lead into expanding towards the left-hand side. Similarly to what we've seen previously, this is a very, I would say, secure base, just because your army should be situated in this area to begin with. We have rocks as well to kind of limit the accessibility of the fourth. So we have rocks to kind of tie that up. Then, of course, you can even expand forward towards the high-yield gas geyser instead. I would say that this position is a lot more defendable. As I mentioned previously, you have the high ground here. Likewise, you can also punish an army trying to come in from the right-hand side as well. Like, again, it's just very, very choky. There's a lot of narrow entrances, a lot of narrow pathways. It's a different map. I will say that. It's very different. It's very unique. But I don't know, like, I can see, whether it's Terran, whether it's Protoss, I can see a really secure 3 and 4 base setup pushing across the map, and I can see a lot of difficulties of players engaging that kind of army here. Trying to engage, trying to slow it down, trying to counterattack. Because there are so many narrow pathways, like, they can be defended with the bare minimum, whether it's buildings, whether it's units. I feel like you just expand towards the left-hand side, you take this kind of area that you can push forward. The map as well is very small. It's very small, so once you do start to push across the map, there's very little terrain you have to traverse, which means you have little time to engage with the army as well, little time to counterattack. Yeah, it's a very small, very congested map, and it's an odd one. And what did I say in my comments? Vivid memories. The triangular third base seems more accessible to regression. However, if you expand horizontally, the 4-base setup is very secure. The map layouts with the debris up is full of narrow choke points and ramps that make it difficult to be active and to punish bases. Even with the debris falling, the map doesn't open up enough, in my opinion. I would agree with that. Like, even with, like, I think the map maker comments was like, oh, the map opens up in a longer game. I don't think it opens up enough. Like, even if you destroy these rocks and get rid of this debris and destroy these rocks as well, like, I don't think there are many ways to try to punish, like, a more defensive player here. And the other scary thing, because of the shorter distance across the map, it means that you can, like, defend quite well, quite easily, push across without too much issue, and just break a player. Yeah, I think this map is a bit too extreme. Not for me, Pappy. Up next, Hall of the Titans. Do I recall? Oh god, speaking of extreme, I remember this map. Hall of the Titans. Okay, I feel like I have similar critiques on this map. We have our bottom right and top left spawns. Okay. So we have our spawn locations. We have our main base. We have a very secure main. There's no way in towards the main base. We do have a Reaper Cliff with a very, very small narrow pathway to get in. The reasoning for this is to dissuade any kind of Blinkstalker aggression in towards the main, to intentionally have all this kind of untraversable terrain. Once again, the main base is behind the natural. We have our natural expansion, a bit of a wider entrance in towards the natural base, that is true, but we have a lot of choke points here. We have Zerg debris here right in front of it, which eventually will be knocked down, that is true. We have a bit of a more narrow entrance here towards the left-hand side as well. And then, of course, we have our 3-base setup. We have our base on the right, we have our base on the left-hand side. So this low ground expansion is more open, is somewhat more vulnerable. I say somewhat, it's kind of weird. There's a bunch of high ground. The high ground is further back. The entrances are very narrow. We have a narrow entrance here coming down. We also, if you knock down these rocks, have a narrow entrance here as well. So it's a very choky map. There's just a lot of narrow kind of points of entrance, points of accessibility. But I don't see many people expanding here anyway, because we can expand over towards the right. We can take the right hand expansion instead. Likewise, also very narrow. We have rocks. We have rocks here, once again, to kind of narrow this area up. We have the line of sight blocker as well. So we have our main entrance outside of the 3rd base. We also have a ramp here on the right hand side. Interesting to see like a proxy location here that is hidden. That's something that we don't see a lot of nowadays, but will come into play in future maps. So we have like a harassing path here on the right. We have the main entrance here on the left, and we have our narrow entrances here outside of the natural. Now, because these entrances are so narrow, I can see minimal defenses required to defend your natural expansion, your main army being here outside of the 3rd base. That pushes forward into your potential 4th, which is a hybrid expansion with gold patches and with regular patches, or hybrid base. And that leads across the map into a very kind of direct path, a very direct path across. Once again, I think my big issue on this map is just how difficult it is to try to be aggressive, to try to punish the initial 3 bases. Not just that, but if you expand towards your opponent into the hybrid expansion, then it leads into a very direct and very narrow path across the map as well, which also makes it difficult to engage. It's crazy, it's very choky. I think the mapmaker comment is like, oh, but there's like these Zerg debris that expire over time that open up the map. Once again, I don't think it opens it up enough. Like, it's very it's very straightforward, very few like attack options. Like when it comes to a main push here through the right hand side, if you knock down this debris, you can, I guess, flank here from the left. But once again, it's very limited in kind of like the area that you have to work with. You can try to come in from behind and try to flank the army this way instead, which also you have the high ground advantage to spot the army, to shell away at the army, or to even engage with the army at some of these more narrow entrances as well. And just very direct in towards the natural. It's yeah, it's a weird design. It's a weird design. Again, not a lot of room here to kind of breathe, not a room to grow. Even if you push through the center as well, there's also, I mean, there's no other attack paths because of the terrain. Like this, like it's very limited. It's a very limited map, I feel. Very limited, very restrictive when it comes to army movement. It's similar in that respect to the previous map. Similar. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. What were my comments? This map seems overly secure, defensive on 3 bases due to narrow choke points and pathways. This leads into a secure hybrid expansion that works as a launch pad for a very direct push towards the opposing natural. The map doesn't open up enough after the re-expire. In my opinion, there aren't enough counterplay options. It's difficult to pose suggestions to how I would quote unquote change this map or fix this map, because you can open this area up a little bit more, but even then, just because of the statues here, because of the terrain, like, it still limits kind of any counterattack options available to you. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. We have the Zonaga in the center as well. I don't think that really is going to come into play too much. The Zonaga just covers the center of the map. It doesn't actually cover any of the attack paths, just the center. Whereas I don't even think we need to push through the center to really be aggressive. Okay, get me out of here. Also, maybe I haven't been looking. I haven't noticed many Moopies. Where are the Moopies, Pat? Take us a lockdown. Okay, next map. Oh, I was a little bit torn on this map. Okay, we have lockdown. We have our main bases. We have bottom left and top right. We have a bit of a larger main base, but a more secure natural. Once again, high ground natural. Very, very secure natural base. We have the high ground. We have the ramp. So we have a secure 2-base setup here. We do have a very wide kind of area here outside of the natural, but like we've seen on other maps, you can knock down these towers and wall this area off. Right? You can, so if there's like an all-in coming across the map, if there's aggression coming, you can wall this area off. You can buy some time, and you can have that more kind of defensive setup here. Likewise, we do have our base on the right-hand side. We have our third. Once again, it's a little bit more defendable. We have the high ground advantage. There is a pathway here on the right-hand side, so it's a little bit accessible when it comes to aggression on the right-hand side. But especially if you can knock down these rocks, your army should be situated here to defend the third base regardless. And then you can take your 4-base setup. I think what I found really interesting about this map is the points of elevation. I don't think I'm used to seeing. There's like 3 layers of elevation. There's the high ground, there's the mid ground, there's the low ground. To have high ground coming down into the 4th, and for the 4th to be on the same plane of elevation as the 3rd, I could be mistaken, but I feel like this is really unique. Like, we don't really see this, right? Like, maybe I'm crazy, but like this like stands out to me as like that's crazy. Like I'm not used to seeing that kind of dynamic. I'm used to seeing like low ground 4th expansions. Yes, that's true, but usually it's in conjunction with like a higher ground 3rd base. This does allow for, of course, aggressive pushes here on the right-hand side to move in towards the 4th. You will have that high ground advantage, and trying to engage an army here can be difficult as a result of that. Just because you have to move down and then up multiple ramps, pushing up the high ground into this area, into this main attack path, I can see that being quite difficult as you push in. Otherwise, of course, you can expand towards the other side of the map. You can take your linear 3rd base, which is on the high ground, which is more secure. True. You can just take this your linear 3rd, and this area here now becomes a little bit more accessible, a little bit more of an important aggressive factor. So you can expand here on the left and then expand forward towards your opponent, still on the high ground. There's a few maps I've seen with something similar to this from different map makers. Cool. I think this is the first time we're seeing it in this TLMC. In this Team Liquid map contest. Center is different. Yeah, we have the center, which is all in the low ground. We have speed zones as well. I believe the speed zones do help when it comes to worker scouting. So workers, when they move across the map, they naturally do hit the speed zones to get across the map a little bit faster. Obviously, you can break these debris and you have the speed zones available to you. I feel like this is mainly applicable to aggressive rotations. Obviously, when you're defensive, when you're rotating to try to keep up with an army, you're going to be doing so here closer to your expansions. When it comes to an aggressive army, though, rotating between this entrance and this entrance, you'll be going through the speed zone. So this will help army movement for whoever's being aggressive, for the attacking player, to kind of like rotate back and forth. So that's like an interesting concept. That's something we don't see too often, is that specifically. I say aggressive just because it's hugging the defender's side of the ramp, not the other side of the ramp. So it feels like that's its use case here. We don't see. Sorry, I'm catching up with the chat. We don't see 4-gate blink in PvT much these days. I don't like taking it out completely here with these maps. It's nowhere near being overused. Blink is currently the most commonly used TP build. It is. Very quickly here, Blink is a very common opener. 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, and 4-gate Blink Stalker in TVP. You still do see 4-gate Blink, especially when a player wants to be aggressive and assertive and be punishing across the map. You still do see it from players like MaxFax, players like Hero, players like Classic. But I would say that one of the reasons why we don't see it as prevalently, I would say that we don't see it as prevalently as previously. That is true, and I would say that's a good thing. I would say that's a positive thing. I don't want to make it too abusable. There are certain maps that we've already seen here which do have ways into the main base to make use of Blink Stalkers, but I don't want it to be overly aggressive. I would say it's a negative thing a couple of years ago when all we saw was 3 and 4-gate Blink aggression, and Terran players were struggling very hard. One of the reasons for that was because of how open the main base was, and I would say that was a negative aspect of the meta at that time. And it's something to bear in mind as well. obviously, like, we want to keep it as an option, and it is an option. Like, right now, you do see it. Maybe if you don't watch much StarCraft, you haven't, but even in the past week of play, I want to say that we saw 4-gate blink at a max at least, and we might have seen it at a hero, referring to RSL, referring to some of the other online tournaments. So it is seen. It is a rarer build. I don't think it's a bad thing that it's a rarer build, specifically 4-gate blink Stalker. Just touching on that. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. I don't really know how to approach a map like this, and how powerful or how vulnerable the 4th expansion is, right? Like, when it comes to this position, when it comes to like pushing from the high ground, when it comes to trying to engage, trying to flank the army, I guess like a counterattack would be the best thing to do in this kind of position, to like counterattack to try to dissuade the army, turn it back around. But the points of elevation do seem a little bit brutal, specifically when it comes to trying to push up into this high ground like location. What did I say in my comments? This is for lockdown. Personally, I appreciate maps that have defensive features early on, but allow for more aggressive play in the mid to late game. Curious to see how impactful the speed zones will be regarding aggressive rotations between bases. I'm also not used to seeing the 3rd base, seeing a 3rd elevated position lead down to the 4th. Curious to see more of this map. I think I was referring to this, but I feel like if you expand here on the left hand side, you just expand forward, right? You take the forward base to start to be aggressive and to push towards your opponents. I'm curious to see how players naturally try to expand and how they approach each other. Yeah, I have a hard time like conceptualizing how fights and pushes will go on a map like this. Yeah, interesting. The Omni Index. Oh no. I might push for this map just to see games on it. My curiosity has been piqued regarding this map layout. Blink is common as an opener, but not committed 4-gate blink into the main. Committed 4-gate blink into the main is not a common opener, but it's still seen. So I think it's important to make sure that you don't frame it in such a way that like you never see it, because that isn't true, right? A lot of paths onto the high ground area on the sides. I think it helps. Yeah, for sure, for sure. As I mentioned, like there are a lot of pathways up into the high ground. It still doesn't make it easy to engage. to engage for sure. But that is why like I have a hard time like seeing if that's like good enough or if it's too much. It's interesting to say the least. Interesting. All right, up next, Psy Harvester. Psy Harvester. Oh, I remember this map. Okay, Psy Harvester. Winding it back here, we do have our two small locations, bottom left and top right. We do have our main. Once again, the main base. Hey, speaking of Blink Stalker aggression, I mean, is a little bit more accessible here to Blink. Bear that in mind. The ramp is a little bit further away from said location. We do have our natural, and this is a pretty standard 3-base setup. It's been a while since we've seen this, but we have the high ground natural and the high ground third. I say high ground just because we have ramps coming into them. So a very easy, very secure 3-base setup is available here. Things do open up once we get into the 4th location. Once again, a narrow entrance into the natural as well. We have a low ground center 4th base, which looks very difficult to maintain, or we can expand here on the right-hand side instead. Once again, by taking the base on the right hand side, that does open yourself up. It does leave for this area to be a little bit more contentious when it comes. And likewise, what I do appreciate here is that these rocks can be knocked down and the natural can be more vulnerable itself. I feel like we've seen a lot of maps. We spoke about Throne of the Dunes earlier, which does have the ramp a little bit further out. Here it's right next to the natural itself, right next to the expansion, likewise with the third base as well. So you can apply pressure here. You can apply pressure, you can be aggressive in some way. This does add a little bit more dynamic play here, I feel, when it comes to trying to get up to 4 and 5 bases. Speaking of the 5th base, it's very far out. It's very far out into the open. You spread yourself further thin as you try to expand. You can also expand on the left-hand side, which is interesting. Is it safer to take the low ground third? It is on the low ground, that is true. There's like a harassment path here, but technically you just have to control this area for the most part when it comes to protecting the bases on the left-hand side. Like protect the central area, defend here, keep your army situated here, and then expand on the right, also on the left. There was another map that was very similar to this. I remember getting a couple of pro players on to like discuss this kind of layout. We had a map very similar here aesthetically as well in the last season. I think that's why I thought that this was a resubmission. The idea of a player taking their natural, expanding towards the left-hand side, and unlocking these 3 bases, and slowing the game down. I don't know if it's going to be as easy to do so here. Like, obviously there's like the high ground at least, and there's like another attack path. But that is something that like they were bringing up as like a concern. It was for a different map, to be fair, but again, similar aesthetic last season. I can't remember the name of the map, unfortunately, but it does remind me of it. Total map. Hello, Greener. Hello. Yeah, for sure. Like, compared to some of the other maps, like, it does feel a little bit easier to, like, to maintain your 4th, your 5th base. I'm still concerned about this kind of, like, area kind of being locked down and then pushing across the map and taking advantage specifically of the high-yield gas geyser expansion. Reminds me of Oceanborn, just get 4 bases free, park between the 2nd and 3rd. Yeah. I do agree that you do have options for the 3rd base. Technically, you could expand towards your opponent. I can see in a different matchup saying like TVZ, right? You take your triangular 3rd base, you expand towards your opponent, then you push through the center. I would say that if that were the case, like there are like options here to be aggressive, to harass, and to slow something like that down. But specifically, if your goal is to try to slow the game down and take these other bases on the left-hand side and be more defensive, like that is a bit of an issue here. What would I do? What would I suggest? Maybe I'm not giving this space enough credit when it comes to how accessible it is. Like, there is another pathway from the top side. Like, that does help. It helps. and there is high ground here as well when it comes to punishing the expansion. But that doesn't resolve the issue of the safer 4 bases, right? Of these 4 bases. And the thing is that like 4 bases is all you need to like max out to build up your army, and then to push forward and like gain this base and then able to push across the map. I guess that's the main issue, right? I think what I would want, and it's difficult because it changes everything, is for this to be more open, right? This low gun 4th base, I feel like should be more open, and there should be a pathway here. So there's more to be concerned about. There's more ways to punish this expansion. I think that's what we usually see, right? And just what isn't here. How big? Psy Harvester. We have 16. 16 bases. Yeah, 16 expansions. Obviously with 2 of them being very like exposed. So they might never be taken, but yeah, 16 expansions. So yeah, I'm a little bit torn on this map. Just because of how safe it can be to set up on 4 expansions. Again, like we saw something very similar to this last season, and concerns were also raised there as well. What were some of my comments? Yeah, here. I appreciate that we have multiple options for a 3rd/4th base. However, I do have concerns regarding expanding to the corner of the map involving the high yield expansion and whether it can be punished. Yeah. So I expressed my concerns previously as well. Okay, up next. Here we do have Roughneck. Okay. Jesus, where are we? Okay, we have a bottom right and top left. Okay. So we have our 2 expansions here. We do have once again a bit of a more accessible natural. It's a little bit further away from your own main. We do have a very narrow entrance here coming into the natural. I do appreciate that once again it does open up as time goes on. So initially early on very defendable, but does open up into the mid game. We do have our 3rd expansion here, so pretty safe and secure 3-base setup initially. We have the low ground 4th base, which is a bit more open. We have a low ground 4th expansion. We do have another option here towards the left-hand side as well. It's an interesting design. Like we have like a bit of a snake or a grid pattern going on here. Once again, though, it does open up as time goes on, but it also still, despite opening up the map a little bit more, it does feel a little bit limited. Like it does feel a little bit limited with how you can engage like a pushing army, and whether you can even stop it. Like just because of all the narrow choke points, like specifically here in the center, right? Narrow choke points, and because the terrain here in the center is so thin, it also means that you can set up like siege lines and attack from over the wall as well. Like it can be very difficult to like snake around an army, whether it's with lings or whether it's with zealots as well, like in PvT, like trying to flank an army and trying to get a better position here. It feels like you'd be punished quite hard. The best chance would probably be to flank in from the left-hand side from the low ground. These are wider entrances, that is true, which also open up over time. So, okay, imagine a world where you take your natural, you take your 3rd base, you push here on the left-hand side, you push forward. Like the best chance you probably have is setting up on the left-hand side for a better flank. True, like that would be a little bit better. I guess the concern would be if they push on the right instead, because then there's less of a chance you'd have an army here to actually flank. Has this been modified in the last 5 years? Yo, has this been submitted for 5 years? No shot. Am I crazy? Did I miss this last season? Roughneck. Yeah, if so, I believe this wasn't submitted last season. So this is me seeing it for the first time. At least me. Was this in GSL? No shot. We'll look it up. Oh, it was. Oh my god. It was in GSL 2022. There you go. Let's have a look. Has it changed? Roughneck. I'm looking at the two versions. I think it did. Am I crazy? It still has the debris in the same location that it was before. Yeah, it wasn't GSL. Inner debris is wider. Okay, okay. Okay. But yeah, I guess my concern is just because of the snaking pattern and just because of the thin, the thin dividers between the attack paths, it does feel quite brutal to try to engage. It doesn't have to be with tanks, but whatever's in the center, right? Like tank-based compositions, lurkers, Colossus, Skytoss, like it feels quite brutal when it comes to any kind of main push through the center of the map, just because the terrain is like a natural like defense for that sort of thing when it comes to any attempted flanking army or engagement. As I mentioned before, like there are other ways to kind of approach, maybe better ways to approach, but like if your opponent's aware of that, they can just come in from the other side, like they like I'm not liking how like the mid to late game looks here. Curious, what did I mention? I mentioned in my notes. This is for Roughneck. The bridge outside the natural seems too close to the third expansion. This allows for easy defensive rotations. True. Oh my god, I mentioned this yesterday. I forgot to bring it up. But usually the entrance to the natural is a little bit further to the left-hand side, which forces a player to either rotate or commit units at the natural to defend. But here, it's actually right next to the third, right? So you park your army here, you can defend both, right? You can defend both locations quite easily. There's kind of less requirement for the defending player to try to keep up, so this is just a really secure initial 3-base setup into the 4th base. But my other major concern, of course, is just the terrain in the center, and how difficult it is to try to slow down or engage an army, engage a death blow of an army specifically. And a death blow of an army can be easily made, or it can be made a little bit more easier just because of the initial defensive 4-base setup, right? With the closer entrances into the 3rd base, and then of course the one main entrance into the 4th. If you recall previously, we spoke about how very often it's quite common to see like multiple entrances into the 4th base, like harassing paths and like a smaller narrow harassing path, and then your main entrance. But here there's only one, so there's a lot of limitations when it comes to trying to stop a player from building up on 4 bases, and then a lot of limitations when it comes to stopping the player when they do decide to push out. So I'm not entirely fond of the concept of this map or the layout of this map. It is different, true. It is different. And I guess it helps when you knock down these rocks. Like maybe I'm not giving that enough credit, right? Like maybe when these nah. I would say it's a requirement to destroy these rocks ahead of time. And even if you do, like, will it help enough? That I'm not certain of. Perspective. Hold on. Jesus, these are quite narrow. So again, as we mentioned, like these have to be destroyed ahead of time. Like I'm concerned about like these pathways we push in. I guess it is a little bit more open here to engage. Like you have to before they get to the bridge. Due to Mothership's success, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a 3-player map, but anybody making a 4-player map has a Death Wish IMO. I mean, I'm not opposed to Dream and Scars, right? Technically, Dream and Scars, I mean, it's not really a 4-player spawn map. But the idea of 4 locations, 4 spawn locations, and like alternating like spawn like corners of the map, like I think is really cool. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Those should be under the dynamic category. Dream and Sky is what we call a 2-in-1. True, true. I do have some regrets that Dream and Scars didn't make it into the last, didn't make it through the last TLMC. I think it would have been cool. And we did have a 4-player spawn map last season. I think we had like 1 or 2. All right, up next, Storm Surge, the infamous Storm Surge. Let's go. First things first, I hope that they stick with the name Storm Surge. Am I crazy? Didn't they rename Storm Surge to Storm Push in the last Pegasus Cup? For some reason, like which is a worse name for the map, by the way. Hold on. Was it Pegasus Cup 78? No. Okay, thankfully it's submitted as Storm Surge though. No push mechanic, so it's Storm Surge. Wait. So is there no push mechanic here? What? Is this the non-push version? Renamed it as Storm Push because it had the water mechanic added. Wait, so you're saying there's no why there's no water mechanic here? Ah, Smurge. Not like this, Pappy. Not like this. That's so sad. I was like, why not? Can we petition? Can we petition for Storm Surge to be updated? Push mechanic isn't something that can be done in TLMC. That's a shame. Feels bad, man. Write a letter to a monster. True, true. I will write a letter. Strongly worded letter. Oh, that changes things. I was looking forward to it. Like it's a very unique, it's a bit of a gimmicky mechanic, but yeah, I was looking forward to it. Feels bad, man. Okay. Alright. Let's get back into it. Not built into the game like shrines? You mean healing shrines? What? What does the water do? Nothing. Not anymore. Previously, I say previously, there's a different version of this map that actually has the water here have a strong current. So when a unit pushes, say, against the current, against the tide of the water, they get slowed down. If they move with the tide of the water, they get sped up. So they either get slowed down or sped up depending on the direction that they go in. And that's the version of the map that is in Pegasus Cup. But apparently here it's just aesthetic. God. Feels bad, man. For TLMC purposes, it has to be judged on the merits. Yeah, for sure. And yes, water is not buildable or borrowable. Yes, true. Oh, you mean in its current iteration? Oh, okay. In its current iteration, I guess I should consider that as well. Fair enough. For now, though, we have our main expansion here, heading down into the low ground, and once again, a more narrow entrance here in towards the natural. Here, as opposed to the previous map, there is a decent amount of distance between the third and natural expansion, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to defend at both locations, of course, at the third and at the natural base. I believe one of my biggest criticisms here was my concern regarding the accessibility here of the area in between the bases and of the third base itself. But maybe my concerns were unfounded. I say that we have been casting a lot of Pickassar Cup as of late, and we have seen a lot of Terran all-ins, we have seen a lot of TVPs. Now, to be fair, that was also influenced by by the speed and slow zones here, right? Like by this mechanic, and that did slow down pushes, right? We saw many a Bjorn Marine like slowly and painfully make the way through this in regards to 2-base all-ins. But we did see a lot of 2-base all-ins in TVP. We did see them be quite powerful here. I say that I believe it was Bjorn versus Classic. It was either Classic or Creator who was able to like make a stand here and defend. What I'm referring to here is that this tank is within range of the Nexus. The tanks are within range of the bases, within range of the Nexus. I think it's like 2 tanks can get within range, and also of course they can apply pressure here to the area in between the bases as well. So that is like a concerning factor that I had last season, and we did see that come into play when it comes to Pickassar Cup games on this map in regards to trying to defend the third base. And to be fair, we did see some counterplay available. I think we saw a charge base opener out of Classic, and you can open up charge to try to blind counter all-ins and shunt and to blind counter tank base all-ins. So that is something that can be adjusted in the meta. So that's something to bear in mind in regards to that sort of thing. But like this is a bit like, it is a bit much. Is it too much? Like, we'll see. Like, I guess you can, of course, like, it is possible to flank this army, to come in from behind, to come in from the left-hand side, and to try to engage ahead of time, and to have a bit of a better, like, defensive setup. Buenas noches, buenas noches. So I'm just catching up. The music made. Oh, shout out to the music. Shout out to the music. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Bearing in mind that the VOD of this will be available. On YouTube and on Twitch. VOD will be available. Oh. But yeah. So it's a little bit hard for me to gauge like how abusable this is. The fact that like these main tank pushes, these main assaults are within range of the base itself and do like force arguably some worse fights or some disfavorable fights from the defensive player. Again, there are flanking options, I suppose, and we already saw this come into play a little bit. Aside from how exposed the third is, we do have our 4th base options, which again are further away, right? We have further away bases. I think I was concerned initially with how defensive you can be with your initial 4 and 5 base setup, but I think again I was a little bit misguided when it comes to the length or the distance between bases. So I think I would pull back on that. What were my comments? My comments were, I still have reservations regarding the abusable area in between the natural and third locations. However, I'm excited to see the Storm Surge feature utilizing competitive play. That's not never mind. Not like this. But yeah, so this is maybe my biggest concern is but it might not be the worst thing to have a more abusable third base, like in general in a map pool, to have that kind of more contentious area. Like your 3 base setup doesn't have to be free, so having that kind of variety might be a good thing, but it's here it might be too much. Like that's just my big concern. Is the difficulties in defending your third and the area here as well. Like I guess you could say like maybe that incentivizes players to take the linear third base instead, which is more defendable early on, kind of. These rocks being here do make it difficult to try to flank an aggressive army, but at the same time, like having a player like rally their army all the way to the left-hand side and push on the left-hand side as well, that's a big delay, and I don't think that's reasonable to assume. I'd imagine there's a higher chance that they hit the natural instead and they just ignore the third in regards to an all-in. So I have my reservations regarding the exposed third base. And also no Storm Surge, so feels bad, man. Give it a 3. Up next, Rorschach. Almost made it through all the standard maps. Almost. Oh, I recall this. There's like 2 or 3 maps similar to this. I found it very odd that this map made it into the quote-unquote standard category. Obviously, the categories don't really mean much, but like it's kind of weird that it's here. We have a shorter rush distance by ground, and we have something more unique that we haven't seen in quite some time. We have horizontal spawns, not diagonal spawns, in a smaller map as well. So is interesting. This reminds me of, oh god, I'm so bad when it comes to map names from years gone by. But there was a map with slow zones. Do you remember? There was a map with like a pseudo island expansion here. There was like a pseudo island base that was covered in rocks on the left and right. We had like some slow zones here, and we had like the main push here. This was like maybe in 2021. It was during the ANZ Champs season like 2. Like 2021, 2022, kind of like era of StarCraft. Blackburn? Yeah, I might be thinking of Blackburn. Yeah. That sounds about right. Yeah, I'm thinking of Blackburn. So it's something we don't really see often anymore. Like it's been a while since we've had a map quite like this, quite like Blackburn, I should say. Anyway, coming back to it, there are some unique features. We do have our main base. Our main base does have a hybrid expansion right next to it on the right hand side, with a Reaper Cliff leading into it as well. We'll get to the hybrid expansion. We have our ramp leading down to the low ground. Once again, we have our main and natural with a little bit of greater separation between the two of them. Potentially we can have like Blink Stalker reaction coming into the main from the hybrid base, but it does feel quite awkward to, I mean there's no rotation potential if that's the case, so it does feel a little bit awkward. I don't know if there's really much concern regarding that. We do have our natural, we do have our linear third base and triangular third base options. When it comes to the hybrid expansion, it's a really unique hybrid base. We do have a worker path going straight here to make it a little bit easier to expand to, but it's very difficult to defend. It's very isolated. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. There's a large ramp leading into it, and trying to reinforce this position with a ground-based army is impossible. Like, you have to engage here from the top side instead. So it does seem quite difficult to actually maintain this base, which I'm okay with. It might even call for just a full gold expansion instead, depending on how difficult it is to defend, right? Like you might even want like a greater incentive here, potentially. So we have our natural, we have our more exposed third. I say exposed third because we have a wide entrance here coming into the third base, likewise a wider entrance here as well. So 2 wider entrances. I mean, this the tower does help. You can knock down the tower. You can close off one of these ramps to make it more defendable. Likewise, you can also go for the linear expansion instead. Because of the shorter rush distance by ground, it might be necessary to just expand linearly, just because it might be too difficult to defend, especially because of the healing pad. This healing pad feels a little bit controversial. It feels a little bit brutal. So what I mean by that is we have our healing pad here in the center of the map. This is different to Persephone. On Persephone, technically it was in the center, but it was still off to the side. Like, it was still threatening the third and fourth bases more so than the natural. It was still off towards the left-hand side, and on top of that, it was further out. The distance between the healing pads and your natural bases was a lot longer. Here, it's just more involved, right? The location is a lot more involved. It's a lot more applicable to when it comes to main pushes. I can see a 2-base all-in coming across the map, hitting the triangular third expansion, and then when units get low, you pull back and you heal, right? All you have to do is just pull back a little bit and heal up in the center. Obviously, there's no, there's air blockers. That does help when it comes to Banshee Harass and Oracle Harass, and I guess Mutaplay as well. So I would say that's a good thing, but this is still a really crazy healing pad. Like, again, it's very it feels very central to like all-ins and aggression and pushes here, pushing across the map. This is also why I assume that we'll be seeing more linear third bases, because if we expand towards the top side and even take this as a fourth location as well, then this healing pad is less applicable, right? Like it's less reasonable to assume that we have an all-in hitting this area and then to pull units all the way back here towards the healing pad and then all the way forward. The distance here is it's more meaningful, and it does hurt a lot more when it comes to the aggressing player. But if you take this triangular third, like, yo, it feels a little bit brutal. Maybe the name of the game would be to take this third base and then to situate your army here on the high ground and fight at the healing shrine and try to fight for the healing shrine instead, and take this forward fourth base. That's another option, right? To expand towards your opponent and to try to contest the healing shrine instead. It's a bold move. It's a bold move having the healing shrine here in the center, is what I will say. It's bold, Pappy. It's bold. So just catching up. Just catching up. Dynamic isn't a category anymore. I mean it is, right? Like we have a dynamic tab. Unless you mean like what it has become is different to what it once was. Not a huge fan of having what would be dynamic maps competing with standard maps, what it is. For sure, I do think there are certain maps here that should be in the dynamic tab instead. Should be. How categories work is super weird because they technically aren't supposed to matter, but they do. They don't really help freestyle maps. I agree. Like I try to think outside the box. It's difficult though. Like as a judge, because of how all the maps are categorized. Like that is something that like you naturally want to take into consideration when it comes to comparing maps, right? Like you kind of have them all into their categories and you compare them with each other. I would say that a map like this, I wouldn't compare to the other standard maps that we've seen so far. Same with it's this map and like Rainfall, right? Like Rainfall is the other one that comes to mind. This map, Rainfall, and some of the others that I believe are rush maps really, or they're more aggressive maps, and they should be kind of they should be critiqued on a different kind of, they should have different criteria, right? They have different criteria, they have different expectations, a different approach to them. You have a dynamic tab? I have a dynamic tab. Yeah. Why isn't it in the post? Oh, I see. But yeah. Once again, to reiterate, like we do have a dynamic tab. It's there, but I guess it is constructed by Wax. Olme Wax. So yeah, I'm torn. Personally, I'm a little bit torn. Obviously, we have the goal base up here, which I don't know if is really going to factor in or come into play. I'm torn with how impactful this healing shrine is and how it will impact pushes, how it impacts aggression, whether it's too much or whether it's okay. How the meta evolves over time, whether players start expanding towards the healing shrine to fight for the healing shrine, or whether they expand away from the healing shrine to take away some of the strength of the healing shrine instead. It's hard to say exactly how the meta will change, how the meta will evolve, but it's a bold move, is what I will say. And maybe it's worth further testing, right? Like maybe this is one of the maps where my opinion would change after we get games on it, and maybe it's worth, you know, pushing for the top 16 just so we can actually experience games on this map and get more testing done, and then see whether it's a positive or negative thing. I don't think I can say with any confidence whether it's one way or another. I can say with confidence though that it's a bold move. It's just because I don't think we've had a healing shrine this involved before, at least when it comes to the ladder maps that make it through. We'll be getting to another map later on that does have, I would say, an even more egregious healing pad, which is even more extreme. I mean, sorry, I say that we saw some clips of Polaris, right? Polaris was another one which was wild, which like had a massive healing shrine in the center, which was far more abusable. Obviously, like the lack of the air blockers here do help with that sort of thing, but yeah. That's the guy in every TL thread. Oh. Oh no. Is there someone that's very opinionated about healing shrines? Not like this. But yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting map, of course. Again, we have the hybrid base, we have the gold base on the top side, which again, I don't know if will really come into play. You can make an argument for maybe even making the space a little bit more valuable just because of how difficult it is to try to maintain. Especially now that I think about it, hold on, yeah, this space is brutal to defend just because we have an aggressive army here to try to punish it. They can also be healed. Like it can also take advantage of the healing shrine as well. Like all these bases. Aye. Obviously the high ground here helps, right? So you can set up on the high ground and try to punish. Like this is just going to be a really contentious location, which might make for fun games. Might make for them. He thinks worker parts are anti-Zerg because oracles can attack workers in them. What? There's a guy who literally spends his free time hunting down every shrine mentioned to shit on it. I see. I see. He's a clown, Babby is a clown. Smoge. Oh. Alright. What did I say on this map? Rorschach. Interesting ideas being used here. I'm unsure if the healing shrine will be too impactful and favor all-ins and aggressive builds. I would need to see more games and to have a more informed opinion. Yeah, I think I agree. I agree with my initial note on this. Up next, washouts. We're almost there. Oh, it's washout. Yeah. Maybe a little bit less to say about this. Washout has a massive entrance into the main base, so we do have more access here when it comes to Blinkstalker aggression. Bear that in mind when it comes to this map. We do have our natural as well, which is also further out. So we have and it's also a wider entrance here as well. So we have a more exposed, like kind of natural and main base setup. The entrance here into the natural is further out, which does make it more accessible into this area in between the bases. Likewise, we have our triangular third base, which is on the high ground, has a wider entrance here as well. So we have a decent 3-base setup, which does have some aggressive options for the opposing player. We have our low ground fourth base, which is a hybrid expansion with the massive cooling towers that can be knocked down to destroy mineral patches. I guess what I'm torn about here is that I don't know how impactful these cooling towers really are. It's a really cool idea. It reminds me a little bit earlier, we did kind of bring up, there was some Zerg debris, there was some Zerg tumors covering gas geysers, and how they would expire over time, and how that's really cool because it kind of dissuades early, taking the base early on, and delays the gases. Here it's a little bit different. Here it means that any kind of drop play or harassment options, well, now they have another option, right? They can go for economic damage by killing workers, they can try to kill the base, or they can kill the cooling tower and destroy mineral patches. I think that's a good thing. I like the idea of having options. It's very unique and very different to destroy mineral patches. so far when it comes to games that we've seen, this map is a part of Pegasus Cup. It's a part of Pegasus Cup, but we actually haven't seen these come into play. Maybe I've missed some of the games on Pegasus Cup, but for the most part, like, we haven't seen the towers knocked down and seen a longer and later game setup. But at the same time, I'm also a little bit behind. There's like a couple of weeks here and there where we haven't casted Pegasus Cup, so maybe there are better examples of that. Maybe. So it's an interesting idea, interesting concept, but I don't know how impactful it really is. We do have our center expansion. The center of the map does open up a little bit further here once the rocks get knocked down. Once they get opened up, it's actually very open. Yeah, very open in the center. So more exposed natural, more exposed third, open center of the map, open area here in towards the fourth base. It's a map that does seem much more difficult to be defensive on and to turtle on. And we have seen more open third and fourth bases, to be fair. Like, this isn't like too egregious. We've seen some crazier maps. But I will say that nothing really speaks out to me about this map. Yes, it's more open and more accessible, and there's some unique features here and there, but I don't know, it doesn't strike me as I don't get as excited for something like this. It's interesting. Maybe it's because we've already seen games on this and it hasn't really, we haven't seen too much from that. Maybe. What were my comments? The destructible towers are a unique idea, however it only comes into play in longer games. It's a nice option to have as a harassing player, however I don't know how impactful it will be. Yeah. It's kind of what I mentioned. Cool. Up next, the final map in the standard tab is... Oh, crash. Never mind. Is the editor crashes. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, we're back. Crash is my favorite map. True. There you go. We are on containments. Containments are similar to the previous map, actually. So I do recall that these last two maps are quite similar in that nature. Also short rush distance by, also horizontal spawns, also shorter rush distance by ground. Very similar to the map that we just experienced on. Very similar to Rorschach. Similar to Burnout. Sorry, not Burnout. Blackout. Blackburn, that's it. But instead of Rorschach having the more pockets, more isolated hybrid expansion, we have the hybrid expansion here. In the center, blocked off by these rocks, at least somewhat. So we have the more contestable hybrid expansion. We can have our more secured natural bases on the high ground, going down here to the low ground towards the third. I will say that the third base seems a little bit more defendable. We do have rocks on the right hand side blocking and a kind of harassment option. We do have this center pillar, which does limit the kind of the attacking army as well, pushing into a concave, and also things like force fields, storms, splash damage can be very effective as the army is going to be clumping up here in very narrow locations. So much more defendable third base. We have the high ground linear third as well on the high ground here, which is also quite secure. I would say the area outside of or in between the bases is a little bit more accessible if you do expand towards the top side. True. This area is more accessible. Depending on how you expand, right? Do we just take these northern bases, or do we expand towards our opponent instead? Likewise, there's not too much else going on. Right, sorry, slow zones. We have slow zones outside of the main. This does help with the rush distance by air. Because of the close spawn locations, it does mean that oracles, banshees, drop play does hit faster, so this does help with that sort of thing. I believe Rorschach didn't have slow zones, but that does help. Taking that into consideration. Black. Oh no, the auto mod. Yes, Blackburn is very disrespectful. True, true. Very disrespectful. It's a map we do not speak of in this chat. Oh no. I still read an unsure. Oh. Here we go. Wait, what? Wait, what? Why do I... why is the red disappearing, Pappy? Oh no. Are you referring to this? I mean, there are specifically objects here, I think, to deter that kind of stuff. Objects. The hexagonal pillars. Oh, you mean this? Oh. Quite fun, but I miss Heron. I remember a lot of late game on Blackburn, actually. I mean, Blackburn was a map of extremes, right? We either saw a lot of all-ins, or you can just like cut the map in half because of all the elevated positions, right? I guess this has some similarities to that as well, where you can like take over the center of the map, and a lot of the bases are quite secure. At least all the high ground expansions, I should emphasize. But at least we do have locations here to punish. I would say the Blackburn was more extreme, right? There was a little more terrain that kind of like helps like secure bases. Looking at Blackburn. Yeah, because of all the rocks, right? There was a bunch of rocks, a bunch of terrain. Basically, Blackburn had like mineral walls here. And rocks here. Yeah, it was, oh god, oh god. I'm looking at Blackburn. Ay, 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 papi. Ay, ay, ay. It's red. Yeah, it's red. Not a Colossus pillar. I don't know why, like, if you zoom out too much, the red disappears. If you zoom in, it's there. And then if you go, like, this, it's a little bit inconsistent with where it shows certain things. Blackburn's gold was one of the best balanced golds, I think. I think I might agree with that. I'd have to think about other bases with gold expansions. But yeah, I know it's an interesting map. I guess again similar to Rorschach. I would say a more secure initial 3-base setup. You can spread yourself thin. It might be a little bit too choky. There aren't really many like angles of like attack to like engage with an army or counterattack or flank an army either. A lot of points of elevation. Not as defensively extreme as Blackburn though, true. If we want to compare. What did I mention on this map? I didn't see anything. I didn't say anything. But this is the final standard map. The final standard map. We made it. 4 hours, baby. 4 hours. I told myself that I wasn't going to spend too much on each map just because I've already experienced them, and we're just going to like briefly go over them. But like we just committed. Jesus. Okay. We made it. How many? 21 maps in total. When it comes to the maps themselves, again, I do appreciate there was some like ingenuity. There was definitely some unique quirks in certain maps as well. I think there were a couple that were maybe a little bit too far, or definitely I was against. I'm referring to the incredibly like narrow maps. Winding it back, what maps were they? Thinking of Hall of the Titans. I think I'm thinking of like Damn Soul. No, sorry, Forbidden Memories as well. Yeah, Forbidden Memories, Hall of the Titans. There are definitely maps that I do want to revisit just to like double check. I'm referring to like Rainfall, which are more aggressive. I feel like for maps like Rorschach and for maps like Containments, the one that we just saw, I don't think it's necessarily fair to like compare them to some of the other standard maps. I think it's more fair to compare them to some of the rush maps instead, like because of the rush distance, because of the aggressive nature of them. So I'll try to bear that in mind. Not revealing my final scores until they get submitted, of course. I'll keep them close to the chest. Welcome back, Avex. Welcome back. Whew. And we're going to be going on a short break. I'm going to take a moment here. As we're already 4 hours in. I'm going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, we'll be going over through all of the rush maps. Remember, there are four categories here. We have macro maps, rush maps, standard maps, and dynamic maps. The standard map pool is the largest, and we just went through it. Just went through all the standard maps. After the break, we'll be going through all the rush maps as well. When it comes to the macro and dynamic maps, we'll be going over them in a couple of days' time. Not today. It's already been 4 hours. so we'll be covering the other categories on Friday. That'll be the plan. So for now, we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after this short break. Oh. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the TLMC 22 map judging number 1. I said number 1 because we have a lot of maps to get through. We're already 4 hours in, and we just wrapped up with all the standard maps. And now we're going to be jumping into the rush maps next. We do plan on having a second stream of this on Friday. Going to be a second stream on Friday covering the macro maps and covering the dynamic maps as well. So four categories in total. We're done with one. We're done with the biggest one, to be fair. Standard map pool, the standard category is the biggest one. We've gone through it, and now we have a bit of a smaller category. Instead, it's going to be the rush maps instead. Let's go. Let us jump on in. Let us jump in as welcome to Hellfire. Hellfire. Now, when it comes to rush maps, I do think of it quite differently here. Because of the shorter rush distance by ground, I'm more receptive to defendable maps, right? To defendable bases, because aggression is going to be already more favored and you have less room to breathe in general here. So we do have a little bit different criteria when it comes to that. Also, the point of the map is to favor aggression as well, so we can also be more lenient in that way. So we kind of change our perspective, we change our approach. Already, first things first, we do have our main. We have a Reaper Cliff coming into the main base. The main base itself is a little bit more accessible. You can actually, there is a way to get into the main here from the low ground to get into said mineral line. For the most part, I believe you should be able to set up defensively here with your initial tanks. You should be able to maintain yourself. Coming into the natural, a little bit further away, a little bit less of a defendable base. But unlike on some of these other maps, we do have a high ground area outside of the natural. Okay, interesting. So the naturals on the high ground, we have a low ground third on the left, we have a low ground third on the right, and we have a very narrow pathway in between. Very, very narrow. If you recall, in some of these other maps, we have had some more accessible areas here outside of the natural. Here, I would say it's less accessible. Insanely narrow area here with the side blocker as well, so very defendable location here outside of the natural. Likewise, when it comes to low ground expansion, we have a much more narrow pathway coming into the third and a more wider kind of harassing pathway on the right hand side. So in general, I would say this is a pretty secure 3-base setup. Yes, the base is on the low ground, but the entrance here is insanely narrow compared to other maps. As I mentioned before, though, I'm a little bit more lenient towards this just because typically I like the idea of like fighting for your third base, fighting for your fourth expansion. I'm a little more lenient towards like a more defensive setup here just because of that shorter rush distance. Here we do have our base on the left hand side, a much more open attack path with only one attack path here in towards the linear third base. True. And when it comes to our main pushes, where are we headed? We do have some flanking options. Yeah, we have some options when it comes to engaging an army ahead of time. I don't know if we'll really see many armies try to push through that line of sight blocker. It feels really brutal to try to break your way through this. Whether it's with force fields, whether it's with tank fire, whether it's with biles, or just a defensive concave, like it feels insane to try to force your way through this. But we might see it. We might. It also, I guess, allows for proxies, but it does feel like a very obvious proxy location. On the other side. So it's interesting. It's an interesting map. There's not really much else going on for it. Again, like just some arguably defendable bases, some more defendable bases, and a smaller map in general. I appreciate the aesthetic. The aesthetic is cool. The aesthetic is nice. I don't think we've had a map quite this vibrant or this intense for quite some time. Think of like Beckett Industries, things of that nature. But yeah, I don't really know if I have much else to add. Hold on. Let's see. You can maybe make an argument that this is too defensive, right? Like when it comes to the main attack paths, like they're very, very narrow, and they're going to be very difficult to pull off. That's maybe a downside of this map. One aggression, Bappy. One aggression. Take us to Enzian. When it comes to rush maps, we have 9. As opposed to the 21 standard maps. So we have 9 to work through. Here we go. We do have Enzian. Oh my god. So we have bottom left and top right. Coming into this here, we do have... oh, interesting. We do have Reaper Cliff. We have a double Reaper Cliff to get into the main base. There is a bunch of objects here to kind of deter any attempted blink aggression into the main. We have the main base behind the natural, so we have a pretty secure main base. It is wide, it is a little bit large when it comes to drop play, of course, when it comes to gaining vision in your main, but overall it should be quite secure. We do have our natural, and the main attack path goes straight across the map to the natural of your opponent. So as you can see here, a very direct path, pushing across the map right down the middle, right into your opponent's natural base. Very short rush distance by ground. Aggression, of course, is going to be favored here. This attack path reminds me a little bit of Tourmaline, which also has... Tourmaline is also similar to this. What I mean by that is that there's no ramp, there's no side blockers, there's no terrain. It's just a straight line, basically, like from natural to natural. When it comes to the third base locations, they're going to be on the low ground, and the third bases do seem more defendable. We can see here destructible rocks, narrow entrances. So we have a much more defendable third base on the right hand side. Likewise, we do have a bit of a more open third base here on the left. Interesting, we actually have destructible rocks in the center. Huh. Okay. that's peculiar. So we have a hybrid expansion here, or sorry, you have a high yield base here with a pathway that can be opened up. It's a unique feature, something that I wasn't quite expecting. The third base itself is I mean, it's a little bit open. There's definitely ways to harass here regarding the triangular third specifically. Okay. What does this accomplish? Like, that's what that's what I'm trying to think of. I mean, I guess as you mine this area out, like, it just becomes another pathway. Like, technically, I guess you can destroy this early and you can maneuver your army between, if you want to be more defensive, right, you can expand forward and it allows you to maneuver between your center base and the low ground. Right, like it allows for a bit of an easier rotation. Obviously, you're limited by the width of the space in between these two patches, so you're a little bit limited. You are bottlenecked, but I guess technically it allows for like defensive rotations in between your bases. I guess. That are running workers to safety, true, but I guess if that was the case, we just have a worker path. But also true, right, where you can like save your units and pull back. Nazi tank positioning. Sure. To set up defensively. I don't really know how often we'll get like a longer and later game. Maybe we will, right? I mentioned earlier that Tourmaline surprised me, right? Like Tourmaline, I expected to be non-stop all-ins every game, and we did. It's like 60 or 70% all-ins, but we did get a decent amount of like mid-game play on Tourmaline, which I was really happy about. And we could see that here, right? It's like, as opposed to Tourmaline, we actually have some points of elevation that allow for a more defensive base, right? If we're able to maintain the high ground here, you can safely take this low ground expansion. We have all of this. This is crazy. I don't know if any of this will come into play. We have a bunch of expansions here towards the left-hand side. We have another center expansion. We have like a pseudo island base off on its own. Bases in the corner. I don't know if they'll ever come into play. Like, I don't know if the game will ever last that long. I don't know if it can ever last that long, but it has potential. I'm excited. But just because of how accessible the natural is, like, again, we should be seeing a bunch of aggressive builds here. But on the off chance that we do end up getting a longer game, what does that kind of look like? So We have a secure linear, so expanding linearly here. So we take our natural, we take our third base. If we can somehow defend this area, then we can expand here on the right. This is a lot less accessible, so this seems like a pretty secure 4-base setup. You are spread thin. You are spread thin. And again, this area is very abusable. It's very accessible. We spoke about this for some of the other maps, but like pushing an aggressive army here, if you can gain access to this area and you have control of the high ground, like what do you do? Like, how do you hold, Bappy? If your army is down here, if your army is stuck at the 4th location, you have to run over, you have to push up into the high ground. Like, it's crazy. That's why I just assume that games won't be lasting long enough because of how dominant this position is. All these positions are, right? Rush category is always fun. Yeah. Like as I mentioned, like. This looks kind of crazy, but at the same time, like we're willing to accept crazy. Like we're like your mindset changes, where it's like the purpose of this map is supposed to be hyper aggressive, and it's supposed to be like a rush map, right? So it's like, okay, I like it. I like the potential that it has. Like, again, I don't see many games at all that actually incorporate these bases on the edges of the map. I don't see that happening much at all. But on the off chance, and also for what we have, what it is, like, yeah. Let's see. Okay, very direct rush distance across the map with low ground third bases that it seems quite difficult to defend and to be defensive on. We expect aggression and all-ins to be very common on this map. I look forward to it. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. Dynamic is like biting into chocolate with filling, but where you don't know what the filling is. Could be impressive, could be sardines. Oh no. Excited for the dynamic category. We'll get there later in the week. We'll get there for sure. All right, up next, Gamer. Where are we dropping? Okay, what do we have? We have our cross spawn location. So we do have a pretty secure initial 2-base setup. We have our main base. We have a high ground natural as well. High ground natural base. We have a high ground third and a high ground fourth. So this is a little bit more. This is more tame. This, like comparing Gamer to Enzian, this is much more tame. High ground third, high ground fourth base, high ground nat. It's all on the high ground. Yes, we do have this position here on the low ground that can be used in an aggressive manner. Of course, you can push in between the bases. But again, this position is less abusable as it's on the low ground compared to the previous map where this was on the high ground, if you recall. Of course, you can still take over this position and try to push into whichever base you want, whichever has the least amount of defenses, but you can always be flanked, right? You can be flanked from the high ground. Pushing up a ramp, pushing into a concave is still going to be difficult as well. So this does have a stronger defensive setup here compared to the previous map. The Russia's spy ground is quite short. Shout out to Kaczynski there in the middle. What I find interesting here is the main attack path. There's a very, very, very natural area here, a very natural pathway entrance to get across the map. We do have mineral walls here to try to stem the tide and slow things down, and you can engage here as the defending player to try to take a better fight and slow down the push. Assuming this doesn't get opened up if you pull the boys, right? Like, it's not uncommon in TVP to go, as a Terran player, to go for a 2-ace all-in, pull the boys. Because you pull the boys naturally with the all-in, you can just mine this out, open up the area, and just push and send it across the map, and set up here in between the bases, so that can be quite powerful here, just like as a side note. There are some other unique features. We do have high-yield gas geysers randomly on their own. We have a high yield gas geyser here on the left, and we also have a high yield gas geyser here on the right. It's a unique feature. From my understanding, this is like for the late game, so if we ever end up in a longer and later game, then there are potential like little pockets here of gas that can be taken, that can be influential. The map is quite wide, despite the rush distance by ground. Specifically here on the right hand side, we have all this space. We have the gold expansion, we have some more centralized expansions as well. I'll be honest, I don't see these center bases being taken. They seem very difficult to defend, very difficult to maintain, but they're there, so they are available here. When it comes to your initial 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 base setup, it does seem relatively secure, but also bear in mind very short rush distance by ground, so all-ins and aggression should be a little bit more favorable, and I'm more lenient on the defensive setup here because of that rush distance and because of the area in between the bases, right, which you can still take advantage of. Also, if a player does try to be hyper defensive and hyper turtle up on these 4 bases, then as the aggressing player, you can take the gold, right? You can take the gold expansion to punish a player that's being too defensive. Technically, you also have the gas geysers that are also available to whoever has map control. So it's an interesting map, to say the least. It's interesting. I don't know if I like it as much as the previous one, just because, again, it does like have more defensive features, so there's a higher chance that you can force a longer game. As I mentioned, like balance wise, there are a lot of bases to take, so even if you do force a longer game, the aggressing player has a lot of map to engulf. So there's like counterplay options that way, so like it is balanced in that sense. I just don't know if it's an exciting map. That's something to bear in mind as well. I was meant to kind of get into this previously, where a map might be balanced, might be standard, might be good, but like is it what we want in the game, right? Like, is it is it healthy for the game? Like, are there more exciting and more vibrant maps that we could maybe embrace instead? So I don't know if there's anything necessarily wrong with a map like this, but it doesn't excite me. It does not spark joy, Pat. Yeah. But it's interesting, and again, a shout out to Kaczynski. Safe and secure high ground bases to help offset the rush distance. The center path being blocked is an interesting feature. Don't know if the high yield gases will ever come into play, but again, interesting feature nonetheless. Cool. Okay. Up next, Gukton. Oh boy, here we go. Jesus, what's going on? Ay. Okay, that's better. Bam, bam. So we are loading into Gukton here. This map is an interesting one. I was very torn. If you recall, during my first impression stream, I was very torn on this map, and I had a big. There was a lot to get into. This is why helper models get turned on. Yeah. This just bam. There's a lot going on. Now, when it comes to our initial bases, we have our spawn locations here in the center of the map. Really unique setup here, as of course, once again, short rush distance by ground. What do we have? We have pocket expansions. We have a pocket base here towards the south side, which is opened up a little bit later on in the game by these destructible rocks, by the Zerg debris that do expire over time. There's a Reaper cliff coming into the pocket base as well. And what is interesting is that we have all this terrain behind the pocket base as well. We have ramps coming down. This terrain obviously is only used to really harass. Technically, you can hide tech behind here as well, but you can unload units, unload tanks, and I believe tanks are within range of the mineral line, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. There are ways, of course, to try to keep up with said tanks and keep up with said drops and try to punish this. Again, there are multiple entrances down into the low ground, but quickly checking the vision, as you can see, yep, they are within range of the mineral line. So there is an entire area here that can be taken advantage of by drop play, by harassment. Think of Nidus worms as well. True, like Nidus worms, tanks, proxy pylons, warp prisms. You can set up here behind the base, and you can lay siege upon it. So this is something that you have to be aware of. You have to be cognizant of. You need vision, you need scouting to make sure this area isn't used against you, which is interesting. So again, we do have all this area. I see in the chat, unbuildable. I'm pretty sure you can build. Yeah. You just throw down the pylons. You're good. You're good to go, Pappy. The maps in this first impression stream, all maps we have this season. I'm going through half. I'm going through half today. I'll be going through half once again later. I've already had a first impression stream. I did that yesterday. Here we're just kind of going through it maybe a little bit more in depth, and I already have like some formulated opinions coming into this, maybe a little bit less exploratory, but we also have input from the viewers in the chat as well. But again, you can abuse the pocket location here, so you have to be aware of that. That is something to bear in mind. But more importantly, we do also have our northern base, also covered by rocks. Here, I'll do this. There are also rocks here on the right-hand side, so there's one main attack path in towards your forward expansion. I say forward base, your more natural. There's also Zerg debris here as well. So there's rocks, Zerg debris. This area opens up quite heavily here over time to gain access to the low ground expansion. Likewise here as well, with also this Zerg debris. So I do like this actually. Like personally, the initial 3-base setup is very safe and secure, but that changes in a longer game, right? So I appreciate that the map does kind of morph over time to be a little more open, a little more accessible in the mid game, but not in the early game, I should say. So you have that kind of counterplay available. Now, this is where things get a little bit more tenuous. We have another area here right outside of the low ground expansion. Oh, just catching up in the chat. Just catching up. Bit of a marathon, yeah, a bit of a marathon. But again, we're doing half today and then half on half on Friday. So we do have this entire area here on the left-hand side. Let's have a look. Bam. This entire area here. Similarly to the terrain behind the pocket base, this is also terrain that the only purpose here is to drop an army. The only purpose here is to drop an army. Again, you can kind of maneuver behind this and unload and set up your army. You can unload your forces, and more importantly, you can lay siege upon the low ground expansion. Hold on. So you can set up here. You can set up, you can unload, and you can push in. So my big concern here is how vulnerable, how abusable this can be. We were doing some testing previously, and oh, there we go. We're doing some testing previously. These tanks are within range of the gas geysers, which I think is okay. They're within range of the Nexus of the expansion, and they're also within range of the first 3 patches here as well. These 3 mineral patches are exposed. This feels a little bit too much. if the goal is to allow for multiple natural options. Obviously, you can just take the pocket expansion and you'll be fine. That's true, but I don't like the idea of being forced to take that pocket base. Bearing in mind this is a rush map. Like, the rush distance by ground is very short, so to get across the map, from your opponent's side, from your opponent's natural, to get across the map and to situate yourself here does happen quite quickly, and it feels quite abusable as well. Again, it's a very open entrance here in towards the base, and you have like the tank positioning here outside. I feel like this is a little bit too much, and I don't think this is necessary, especially considering the fact that everything opens up a little bit later, right? Like, everything will eventually open up, and this otherwise defensive three-base setup becomes a little more exposed, a little more vulnerable, a little more susceptible to aggression, which I think is a good thing. I'm not too fond of the idea of allowing for like these early two-base all-ins to hit this expansion as quickly as, or as hard as it does, I should say. That's maybe my biggest criticism for this map. Otherwise, I like the idea. And again, I guess to counteract this, you can always say like, oh, but just take your natural. But like, sorry, just take your pocket base. But from my understanding, I believe that the pocket expansion was meant to be an option, right? You can like optionally either expand here at the pocket location or save it as a third or fourth expansion later on. I believe your air units block them inside. I think we saw no fly zones. We tested it, you can fly in, yeah. It's hard to see. Yeah, sorry. So we tested it yesterday. So these fly zones specifically, it's hard to tell, but as you can see, yeah, there we go. They're specifically on the skyscrapers, like on these skyscrapers back here. Mutalisks and medevacs, they can freely move in. Like the perspective is a little bit weird, but the no-fly zones are on the very, very edge. They're on the very, very edge. Medevacs, mutas, air units that can war prisms that can freely kind of maneuver back and forth and around and inside. But yeah, we made that mistake as well. I initially thought that units couldn't fly in. Depends on matchup and who's the aggressor, I think. For sure. It does depend on that. But I don't know if I don't know if I want to like confine people to like expanding in a certain way. Like all I would do here is like I would just add terrain to like push these tanks further back, so this position isn't as strong pushing in towards its base. Just because, like, at least in my opinion, I don't think it's necessary, right? Like I don't think it's necessary to have this be like an accessible attack path if everything else is opening up anyway, right? Like, you could argue that that defeats the purpose of this entire area, kind of. Like, you can still use this to support your army pushing in. Like, I'm okay with, I believe these tanks here would be within range of this expansion, but that makes more sense in my mind just because this is a fourth base, right? Like, so that's fine. I'm more referring to like the potential natural expansion here. But sure, like depending on the matchup, like in ZVT, like I can see a Terran player taking their pocket expansion, of course, and then pushing forward and taking this linear base and then pushing across the map. It is matchup dependent for sure. It's like a giant proxy space. It is. It's a big, like, proxy space, or like it's meant to be used. It's meant to be like an aggressive option, right? It's meant to be a big aggressive option. So at least in my opinion, I feel like I would want to see either the patches moved a little bit to the right to protect them, or to have something here to deter the tanks specifically hitting like the mineral line alongside the gas geysers, alongside the expansion as well. Like it feels like a bit too much. Maybe it isn't, like maybe it's fine. Maybe like in PvT, Protoss players should just take the pocket and that's it. Like I guess. Like that would be the workarounds. So like it wouldn't be like necessarily imbalanced because there are other options, but it does, like, I feel like it kind of limits your options a little bit. Nostalgical being cool, and therefore less defensive. Yeah, sure. You can like think of it in that way. You can also think of it like as like hiding tech. Technically, you can hide like, I don't know, like a Dark Shrine or a Twilight Council, or you can keep like things hidden there, of course. I'm not opposed to the idea. What is But yeah, it's definitely unique. It's a very unique map for sure. And aside from this area, this like more aggressive position that you can set up in, aside from that, like I like the concept, right? The initially more defensive map that opens up, the more aggressive nature of the map itself. Jesus, the bright lights. We're getting more experimental here, Pappy. True, true. Yeah, I feel like, am I crazy? It's been a while since we've had like a cityscape map like this, right? It's been a while. Maybe I'm just not remembering some maps. Cool. Just catching with the chat. There's an aesthetic I use on one of my old maps I want to reuse. City maps are always cool when done right. I'm jealous of other mappers' cityscapes. I think Depressed does it well. It's been a while, I think it's been a while because I feel like it was probably played out a lot early on, right? Like with like Metalopolis, like other big like gray city maps, and then once like we got like new textures, we went for something more vibrant, and you know, we kind of went somewhere else with it, right? Underwater maps, kind of moved away from this. Like in my brain, for whatever reason, like city maps, like I think of like Wings of Liberty. Like that's like what my brain thinks of, because I feel like that aesthetic was a little bit more prevalent back then, but yeah, maybe it's been too long. Oh, cool. IC/Snowy City. Oh, I can't remember the name of the map exactly. Yeah, but there were some nice like city snow maps. I think there were some though that I rated quite highly last season. Alright, next map. Last Exile. When it came to my comments here, I appreciate the unique concept of this map, the initially defendable 3-base setup, which opens up over time, and unique use of space behind bases. I'm concerned regarding tank positions outside of the natural, which can hit the gas geysers, base, and mineral patches. Seems like Protoss players in PvT will be forced to take the pocket expansion. Meanwhile, we are now on Last Exile. Oh, let's go. Okay, we do have our cross spawns. We have our initial main. The main base is very accessible, by the way. Something that we haven't seen too much of here so far, but a much more accessible main base when it comes to Blinkstalker aggression. We do have our natural, which does have a ramp leading into it. We have our third base on the right-hand side, a relatively standard 3-base setup. And is this a resubmission? No, it's not a resubmission. But I remember this map. Oh, I think my favorite thing about this map was the mapper comment. So very quickly here, this is for Last Exile. Last Exile is a narrow map design with a large hole in the center and rich vesting gases located around it. In the snowbound, low resources wasteland lives a courier who is not afraid of evil winds nor worms that live inside the hole. No matter what happens, no matter what happens, he will deliver your message at any cost. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Referring to this, I think specifically, basically, the lore of this map is that the Zelnaga Tower is meant to be like an outpost, as we have a frozen worm inside. Every now and then, some of the map makers they add some flavor text, which I appreciate. But when it comes to the map itself, I believe I had certain concerns here. So we have our natural, we have our third base location. When it comes to our fourth base, we do have some low ground options. We have our low ground expansion here towards the left hand side. We have more frozen Nidus worms. Oh wait, no, sorry, that might be the outpost. Hold on, we're looking. Might be this. Where are the moopies? I want some moopies here. Feels bad, man. Okay, back to where we were. When it comes to our low ground expansions here, we do have multiple entrances. There we go. We have a wider ramp coming down into low ground, down to low ground as well. So we have a much more accessible low ground expansion when it comes to aggressive options. We also have the base on the right hand side as well, which is, I would say, more defendable. There's a singular, I say singular. The entrances are a little bit further out, so it's kind of coming in from one direction. So you have, it's a little bit easier to position your army and to take a more defensive stance with a more linear fourth expansion. I think my concerns here were in regards to the terrain. I mean, the description said itself, it's very narrow. There's a lot of narrow choke points in the center of the map, so it does mean that any main push coming through the center, it can be very difficult to engage. And I'm looking at the rush distance here between third and third. Remember, we're in the rush category. True, we're in the rush category, so short rush distance by ground, referring to this third base to the opposing third. If we were in the previous meta, I would be concerned about 8 Raxes. But remember, 8 Raxes are not really a factor anymore, so we don't really have to be concerned too much about that. But in general, big 3-base pushes can get across the map in what feels to be an uncontested way. Like, we spoke about this on one of the previous maps in the standard category, which was very narrow and very congested. And similarly here, it feels quite difficult. It's like there aren't really many flanking options. You can try to flank from here, you can try to flank from here. We've seen other maps like this where the main attack path is on the high ground, so you have to try to push in from the low ground, which is crazy, by the way. Like, or trying to engage from the low ground is just much more difficult. It means you take extra hits, extra shots, and of course you can be walled up and walled off. Like the main kind of ways to try to flank would be here through the center. So I can see a lot of difficulties when it comes to dealing with the main push like that. Maybe the best option would be the counterattack, right? To counterattack to try to get across the map and try to delay the push or force a base trade. But in general, it feels like you want to naturally take your natural base, take your third, expand forward towards your opponents, take the high yield gas expansion, which is on the high ground, by the way, and it has a narrow area here as well. Yeah, there was another map similar to this, if you remember, which also had a similar concept, which had a high ground high yield base, which also naturally just pushed towards your opponents. God, what map was that? But there was a very similar map in the previous TLMC. Where there may be air balloons. True. The worm map. Sorry, I was just catching in the chat. There's nothing there. So yeah, it just feels very difficult to try to engage a pushing army here. And I prefer, personally, even on rush maps like this, I prefer more counterplay. I prefer more counterplay option. I think I'd be more lenient on this map if we had wider, like a wider area here, wider pathways, or what else? I mean, the Zonaga Tower also scouts everything in the center. True, true. But yeah, it just reminds me a little bit of a layout that we had previously. How main pushes can be very difficult to defend against. Think of like, could he cast every game holding on the home key? Yeah. Let's go. Hey, I'm trying to zoom in, Pappy, okay? We're zooming in. We're looking a little bit closer. Changes nothing. I mean, to be fair, I think the previous map was a little bit more egregious. I remember it being narrow and then also having like having like visual side blockers and like pillars and rocks here. Yeah. It was a lot more egregious, where there were like really strong like tank positions and just like reduced surface area. So technically, we have seen worse than this, right? We have seen worse than this in regards to like having clutter here to like make for even more difficult engagements. So at least there's that, 100%. So we have seen worse. Zoom in, not seeing everything at 90 degree. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Just for AVEX. Okay. So maybe I can be a little bit more lenient regarding that, regarding the fact that there's at least these pathways are a little bit more open. Yo, shout out to the Vikings in the background, by the way. Look at that. Oh my god. Look at him go. This guy's to be the only guy who willingly looks at maps to radically divergent angles from regular game angles. I mean, I do often get praise for my camera work when casting, so maybe that comes into play. I don't know. Maybe. True. Also, I have a name, Omni Skeptic. Light, baby, light. This guy, Kappa. Let's have a look here. Take care, Avex. Take care. Cuidado, papi. Cuidado. Up next, Verdant Temple. Oh, I believe I recall this from last night. Let's go. Getting into Verdant Temple. Okay, we're almost done. We got a couple of maps left. We have our bottom left and top right spawns. We have a huge main. We have a bigger main base. We have a really interesting setup here at the natural. Maybe one of the biggest natural bases we've seen so far. With what? With a double layered wall here. We have destructible debris and we have Zerg debris as well. Crazy, that'd be crazy. As we do have our 2-base setup. Coming into this here, we, I guess, could try to, I mean, no shot we're ever going to open this up just to expand. So we're kind of forced to expand here towards the left-hand side instead. We have a much more open area here towards the left-hand side. We have our ramp. We have an open area in between the natural and the third base, which of course you can take advantage of as well. We have rocks throughout the center of the map. We have the center high ground location. What does this remind me of? Is this meant to be the King Sejong Station map? Am I crazy? Rush map. Yeah, King Sejong Station. Like it definitely has that vibe. Obviously, you know, whittled down. When it comes to our forward base, is on the high grounds. So a relatively defendable 4-base setup. I guess it does open up a little bit over time. I do appreciate that despite how potentially defensive you can be here on the initial 4 and 5 bases, the center of the map is much more open, especially compared to the last map. Much more wide ramps, much more wider areas, can be choked up by these rocks, but if they get dealt with, then again, there are a lot more attack opportunities here to try to engage a pushing army. A lot more. What were my comments? Did I have any? No, I didn't make comments for this. I'm noticing a distinct lack of Colossus pillars. Oh no. Never seen this map before in my life. Oh no. Verdant Temple. This is a Maris map, right? This is the name of the song? Kappa. What were our comments on this? Oh, right. I missed this last time as well. Sorry. I didn't notice. There's a worker path. Interesting. So there's also a worker path coming down here to low ground. So technically, obviously it means scouting, right? Sorry, that's something that I should have mentioned as well. Because of the map layout, it is going to be a little bit more difficult to say Reaper Scout, as there's only like one real main way into the bases. I believe there's a Reaper Cliff here towards the natural as well, but this does allow for worker scouting. It also technically means you can expand here a little bit faster before the rocks are dealt with and knocked down, but I don't really see many people going that route. Like, it does make for a bit of an awkward setup to expand here on the right hand side. Expanding towards your opponent, essentially. But technically possible, I suppose. Technically. I do appreciate, of course, I mean, hey, it's meant to be a rush map, that over time, like, this does become like a harassing option. Or even just try to outposition your opponent and take advantage of this and go straight into the bases. True. Does open some possibilities up in a longer game. Not many, but some, just because it's a little bit more narrow. Not sure if Mattis submitted this TLMC. I didn't notice any Mattis themed map names, unfortunately. Oh. This map is ugly. It is a little bit more visually bland compared to some of the other maps. But that's something that can always be changed. Like, I don't think I put very little weight on like the visual design of maps when judging. But I also know that, for example, whenever like, isn't it quite common that if a map gets into the top 16, like, you know, just get Avex to touch it up. Just just send it over to Avex. He'll make it pretty for us. True. Mail it over to him. Put him to work, Pappy. Put him to work. Take aloe vera for your eyes. So the camera blocking. True. Really, if you squint and if you look at it from a different angle, then it looked beautiful. It looked like Omni Skeptic. Beautiful. But yeah, I know it's interesting. It's an interesting map. The ability to be able to harass from other angles, how open the center is. It's nothing crazy. It's not as dynamic as maybe some of the other maps. It's not bad, I wouldn't say. Like a 3. Get me out of here. As we load into Rust Belts. I believe this is, am I crazy? Is Rust Belt one of the RSL maps or Pegasus Cup maps? I may be mistaken. I could be crazy, Babby. Could be crazy. Oh no, that's it. It was in your tournament, right? Yeah, that's it. It was used in the patches TLMC, King of the Hill. Yeah. That's what I was thinking of. Okay, we have our main. We have our main base. Likewise, we have our natural, a little bit more open, a little bit more exposed. Unlike on previous maps, the ramp leading into the same plane of elevation is further out. So we have I would say that this makes for a more aggressive map. It means you can get onto the high ground on the same plane of elevation as the third and the natural a lot faster. True. So we do have a much more accessible area here outside of the bases. That does allow for more aggressive potential. We do have slow zones kind of scattered throughout the entirety of the center of the map. I'm a little bit torn on the slow zones. This means that aggressive rotations, and not just aggressive rotations, but flanking armies are going to be punished quite hard. These entrances are already a little bit more narrow, but to also cover them with slow zones means that if you push through the center through any of the main attack paths, and if you have like a flanking Zealot army or a flanking Ling Bane army or any kind of army trying to engage from a different angle, they got to go through a slow zone. Like that is brutal. Like that is going to be brutal here when it comes to trying to stop a pushing force. That is something to bear in mind. This is an RSL as well. True. For better or for worse, AVX. Probably not wrong. Probably not wrong. Baited Colossus Pillars? Mate, what is it with Omni Skeptic and Colossus? Should I be looking out for that sort of thing? Should I? Kappa. But yeah, it's an interesting map. Does have a more, I guess, secure fourth base setup as well. I mean, the bases themselves look a lot more secure overall, aside from this area in between the bases. Again, my concern here is what the slow zones actually entail and what they mean. And deterring any kind of flanking options and like trying to engage with the main army here, I think is probably a negative aspect. especially in what's meant to be a rush map. What did our map maker have to say? This is for Rust Belts. Overall, the map offers fast games with short and direct paths, but the possibility for long games with 8 bases per player. I mean, there are a lot of expansions, that is true. But I don't know if that's what I want out of a rush map. Like, or a map that's meant to be a little bit more aggressive and assertive. I mean, if you recall, like I was kind of like thinking negatively about the ice map earlier, just because of how narrow it was and how difficult it was to engage. It feels like this might be maybe even a little bit more extreme. Just because the path is so direct and likewise so difficult to engage with an army. It's the same critique, I feel. It's a very similar critique that I have from this map and from the snow map as well. True. I like it when the maps have the ramp far away. Yeah, for sure. Like as I mentioned, like I think this is a positive aspect of the map itself. I feel like mainly landmines would be painful in the slow zones when rotating, but I don't know. I mean, that's a very niche kind of like situation, and I'm less referring to like a main army rotating, and like I don't see that happening too often. Referring to like a Protoss like main force or a Terran main force. Take us out of here. Atomic. Alright, we're almost done. 2 more maps, Pappy. 2 more maps. Then we can get some breakfast and go to sleep. Okay, we have bottom right and top left spawns. Once again, we have a pretty secure main base behind the natural expansion. Coming to the natural, it's on the, I mean, there's no ramp, right? There's no ramp into the natural, much more exposed, much more vulnerable, much more accessible. We have low ground third bases. I feel like this is more of what we want, Pappy. I mean, when it comes to more aggressive maps. Low ground third options on the right and left hand side. We have an interesting gold base in the center, which I believe can be mined through. How many patches is this? Let's see. Atomic. 298 mineral nodes. Okay. So I mentioned this before on one of the other maps that also had mineral patches in the center, especially on a rush map like this, where again the attack path is very direct across the map. And I'm thinking of, for example, like 2-base like biotank all-ins where you do pull the boys, where you naturally have workers actually mine through these patches. That is going to benefit those kind of all-ins to be able to gain through and gain access to a stronger path. At the same time, it's very narrow, and of course the defending player can engage ahead of time and slow down an all-in and slow down a push here. So there is some counterplay option if you're able to see this coming ahead of time. The areas here are a lot more open, a lot more exposed, a lot more accessible. Like, I'm thinking about a main push here. Compared to the other 2 maps, it does feel like you should be able to engage the army a little bit easier, potentially. Like, depending on the angle of attack. Don't think people might out for the tank push, to be honest. Or I'm speaking about a 2-base all-in where you already pull the boys anyway. Like if you already have the boys to pull, like why not? If your opponent's not on the other side, right? Referring to when you already pull the boys. Zerg aesthetic rare. True, true. Oh my god. I don't think I've seen that before. To like show the base locations. That's cute. But yeah, I was referring to when you already do pull the boys. But yeah, I think this map is probably going to be a little bit more accessible for the defending player compared to the others. Hold on. What's the rush distance? 33 rush distance by grounds. What else did the map maker have to say about this? Okay, 29-second rush distance after the gold base is mined. Okay. 29 seconds. Perfectly. So the map maker comment was like, you know, half of the map, well, part of the map is Protoss themed, which is here, then the other part is Terran, and the other part is Zerg. Perfectly balanced. True, true. Again, it's quite rare to see that Zerg aesthetic. No wrong, no wrong. It's quite rare. Yeah, I don't know, it's interesting. It's an interesting map. Again, when it comes to the shorter rush distance by ground, does have some narrow choke points that can make engagement a little bit difficult. I'm thinking about a situation where like an army is pushing you towards the natural, towards a third base, and the rocks here can make things difficult when it comes to trying to rotate, trying to engage, trying to surround the army. But overall, I think I'd lean towards a map like this more so compared to some of the others we've just seen. Let's go. Last one. Void Storm. Take me to Nether Storm. Oh, then never mind. Never mind. We just crashed. Never mind. We're almost there. Take us to the void. There we go. Oh my god. Yo, we got that Nether Storm aesthetic. I feel like Moopy should be here, like with some weird shenanigans. What's going on? I haven't noticed many Moopies so far. To be fair, I haven't been looking for them, but yeah, they haven't really been around. Okay, very striking aesthetic. We do have our main base, we do have our natural as well. Our main base is a little bit more accessible than what we've been seeing so far. When it comes to our natural expansion, again, the ramp is further out, leading up into the high ground, but we do have 2 choke points. So compared to some of the other maps that we've seen so far, this is more defendable, right? These choke points do allow for a greater defensive setup here to try to engage, to get some splash damage, or to slow down an army. That is true. Once again, we have low ground expansions here towards the left and right hand side. We have our low ground expansions. Unlike some of the other maps though, here on the right there's only one main attack path coming into it. We also have the high ground advantage next to it as well for the defending player. Oh no, this is the healing shrine. I remember this. I remember this. This is the map with a healing shrine in the center of the map. Oh boy, okay. We have our healing. Wait, is that a healing shrine? Hold on. Yeah. This aggressive map has a singular healing shrine within a narrow central corridor. So the healing shrine is interesting. Once again, similar to the healing shrine that we had previously on the other smaller map, it's like right outside the third. Potentially, depending on how you expand. True. You can expand away from your opponent and away from the healing shrine. Otherwise, it will be a big factor when it comes to pushing up the ramp or pushing into the bases as well. So this is once again a bit of a bold placement for the healing shrine itself. I think it's maybe a little bit better placement than the last one. The last one was right outside the third, and I guess it's similar actually. I guess it's similar just because in both situations you did have different third base options. But once again, a bold move to have the healing shrine dead set in the center of the map that we can fight over. Oh boy. Seems a bit bright. Yeah. It does seem very visually striking for sure. Like a lot of bright colors. For sure. But yeah, it's just like the last time. I have a really hard time judging the strength of the healing shrine, right, and how impactful it's going to be, in regards to all-ins, in regards to aggressive builds, in regards to pushes towards a third and pushes towards a fourth base. Like it's huge, right? Especially because unlike the previous healing shrine, here there's no air blocker, right? There's no air blocker here protecting it. So this also means that when it comes to the early game, when it comes to Oracle, Banshee, Harass, you can always pull back, heal up, and then just pivot back in. On other maps, often the healing shrine was off to the side, so it would take longer to heal up and to pivot away and then to go back into the fray. But here it's dead set in the middle, so it's just much more influential. That's a better way of putting it. It's a little more influential, it's a little more impactful. There's a little more weight behind the healing shrine, and it changes a lot. It changes quite a bit here. Like I'm thinking of like early like 3-rack stim timings that hit without the medevac, and you can stim more freely. You can engage a little bit stronger, heal up as well. Like all like that, those kind of builds are going to be stronger. Same with like roach based all-ins as well. Where because the roaches are so tanky, like you can pull back weakened roaches, heal up, and then reinforce, right? So just in general, like all-ins are going to be crazy. You could argue that like the all-ins are slowed down because I have to pull units back to heal, sure. But with good enough micro, you shouldn't lose many units, right? I feel like on Persephone, it wasn't even used. I guess it was less easy to path to. Yes, if you weren't here earlier, Omni Skeptic, we spoke about how the healing shrine on Persephone was not in the main attack path, right? Like this is. So there is a distinct difference there when it comes to the availability, the accessibility of the healing shrine. So I would not compare Persephone to this, considering its location. I'm not trying to influence, but a whole lot of healing shrines have been pretty underwhelming. I would agree, but I would also say there's a reason for that, right? Like for the most part, I think healing shrines have been a little more reserved when it comes to their placement. So that's also why like I wouldn't compare this to Persephone. I wouldn't compare this to any other map that's had healing shrines, because often the healing shrines are off to the side because for good reason, right? Because I'm sure there's a lot of fear behind them being a little bit too powerful, right? Whereas this is more overt. So I would say there's a difference when it comes to that, which I'm sure you would acknowledge. So it's just hard to like fully judge. This is one of those things. I think I said this for the previous map with the healing shrine as well. Not with the pocket healing shrines, but with, for the other one that was a little bit more contentious here in the center. I would want to see games, right? I think this is one of those situations where it's hard to judge because we haven't had any competitive ladder games, or ladder maps, I should say, with like healing shrines that are more centralized, to kind of like see how that impacts aggressive builds, and then we can judge for ourselves like whether it's too much or not enough, right? So I think for maps like this, I would push to get it into the TLMC tournament just to see games on it, and then like we can like be a little bit more informed and then vote based off of that, right? Like I can't say with much certainty like how powerful like all-ins and builds are going to be with this. I know they're going to be stronger 100%, but that also is where the map itself comes into play. We spoke about it, right? Like the defensive position here is a little bit stronger thanks to some of the terrain on your initial 2 and 3 bases. Not amazingly strong. You could argue maybe we could take it a step further here. I think the high ground next to the healing shrine also helps offset, because you can set up on the high ground and try to punish anyone that's, or any unit that's trying to make use of the healing shrine if you have control of the high ground. So just like the previous map, I feel like control of the high ground and control of the healing shrine is going to be pretty crucial. But again, maybe I'm giving it too much weight, right? Maybe I'm giving too much weight to the healing shrine itself. It's voted in. Well, like you say that. Sorry, I'm referring to before voting becomes available. There are tournaments that are played that feature the top 16 maps, right? So before voting becomes available, we do get to see the games. We do get to see the maps themselves. If it makes it to the top 16, so I might want to try to push this specifically into the top 16 to be able to like see more games, right? I feel like non-map specific, the idea that shrines should be contestable is the strongest element pushing towards imbalance, because if it's contestable, then one player is going to have it and the other isn't. True. Whereas if they're not directly contestable, both players can use them independently. But I guess to counteract that, if they're not contestable, then they're less impactful and they don't really matter as much, right? Like. Which is what we've been seeing, right? When it comes to the other maps, when it comes to Persephone, or there was another map in the map pool with the gold bases in the center that had the healing shrine off to the side, like way off to the side. How many maps with healing shrines at main bases? Oh my god. None that have made it through TLMC. I'm sure some have tried. No. But I understand like where you're coming from, in the sense that, like, you know, if we're fighting over it, like is it because it's too good? I mean, we'll find out. But I think I might like the idea. I don't know. I'm not opposed to having healing shrines off to the side, I should emphasize as well. Like, just because they become a little bit more niche, and they're a useful tool to use, of course. But introducing the idea of having like a centralized healing shrine like this, we'll see if it's too good or not. I'm curious. I want to see. Let him cook, Pappy. Let him cook. Let him play, Pappy. Let him play. And if it's broken, we get rid of it. We get rid of it. Imagine how disgusting characters would be with healing shrines in the main base. There was a map earlier that had a healing shrine at the 4th location, which I'm firmly against. But this is different, right? Here you can like punish the usage of the healing shrine. I'm more for something like this. More so than having like a personal healing shrine. Like at a 3rd, at a 4th, at a natural. Hi. But outside of that, we didn't really get. I feel like the healing shrine took like the main like talking point when it comes to this map. When it comes to the terrain itself, I do feel like it's relatively open. There are ways to close the map up a little bit more. That is true, but for the most part, there are plenty of flanking options, plenty of flanking opportunities. The 4th base can be opened up by knocking down these rocks, and they're relatively accessible. The high ground here is always exciting to see armies attempt to gain control and attempt to push in and take over control of the high ground to push into some of these other expansions. But again, the healing shrine is going to be potentially the big factor. As was stated earlier, like, healing shrines have been very underwhelming so far. That is true, but they've also been in more underwhelming positions, in more conservative positions, we should say. So the idea of putting healing shrines here is something that's interesting. It's something that might be too much. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out, Pappy. We'll find out. So if every second your characters are sitting in the main base, they're holding meaningless terrain, you have to move them all the way back there and likely separate them to do that. Sure, but it's about efficiency, right? And it depends on where engagements are happening. Like, if you have a healing shrine here in the main and you're protecting your 5th base and like attacks are happening here, then pulling back to your main is not really an issue, right? And you're able to, whether it's like with carriers, with Tempest, so like the map layout does kind of matter there, because sometimes the main base is close enough to like your main defensive position where it can be quite useful. But otherwise that was the final rush map, the final map. We still have 2 other categories. We still have macro and dynamic, and again we'll be covering that on Friday. I am giga tired. We do have a cast in around, is it like 5 hours? We have a cast in 5 hours time. I'm going to be casting a Sparkling Tunic up. Again, that's going to be in 5 hours time, so I'm going to get some food and then I'm going to go to bed and try to get as much sleep as possible. Bam. Oh my god. As again, a shout out to all the map makers out there as well. I know we had some critiques for certain maps, and at the end of the day, this is still a competition, so some maps will rise, other maps will fall, but regardless, we do appreciate the work that all the map makers put into making this, to, you know, making these maps, to improving the state of StarCraft, to shifting and changing the meta, and to bringing them all to the ladder as well. So much love to all the map makers. Meanwhile, we have our weekly schedule. Again, we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. We are going to be casting a little bit less this week just to focus on TLMC. So you can see our schedule. We just wrapped up with our Tuesday morning TLMC broadcast. We're going to be casting Tuna Cup later on this evening. Pegastar Cup is going to be tomorrow morning, followed by Kung Fu Cup. What is EV Monday? The Pondcast. More TLMC on Friday. As you can see, we have Amantes, SDO, and STC. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. You might be looking at this and you might be seeing a couple of free slots here and there. Part of the reason is TLMC. Like, we do need time to, like, you know, get our thoughts down and kind of gather our thoughts and get into all of that. But also, for those who are unaware, we are the main admins of the Thermal 2v2 circuit, and we do have the 2v2 circuit Saturday evening after SDO. So we're going to be staying up very, very late covering and running the Thermal circuit that leads into Sunday morning. So that's why we don't have a cast Sunday morning. That's also why we didn't have a cast Monday morning either, because of the TLMC, so because of the 2v2 circuit that was over the weekend. So just working in other aspects in StarCraft, as always, Pappy, as always. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. If you enjoyed the casting, if you enjoyed the content, then do consider following us on all the socials. We have YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all things CranKy Ducklings. We do upload to YouTube on a daily basis, so plenty of casting, plenty of content there if you wish. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, Pappy. I gotta rest up. All maps shall fall. Dasan Station takes all 16 spots. True, true. Where's Arena? Yeah. Just catching up. I think hybrid blocked with rocks. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I think there was another map that that had that incorporated. Right. Wait, what? Did we miss it? Maybe it was a dynamic map. But wait, what? Hold on. Did we miss something? There's a map submitted that actually has a healing shrine that is covered by rocks that was submitted this season, right? I thought it was a rush map. we'll go through it next time. Go through it next time. But otherwise, again, our next TLMC stream should be on Friday. That should be us wrapping up all the other maps in the macro map pool and in the dynamic map pool as well. So we'll get there. We will get there. Right, I think it was in the macro map pool. Yeah. I think it was placed there instead. But we'll see you then. Otherwise, we're going to get some rest. Going to get some food. We'll see you later on tonight for the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. Do look forward to the TLMC. And of course, your vote does matter. Voting will be open after the TLMC tournament featuring the top 16 maps. And we'll do our best to kind of curate and do our best to bring those initial 16 maps forward. We'll do our best. Do our best, Pappy. Do our best. Graviton. Yeah. Maybe. But thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.